adjourn it to closed session, right?
After I read them. I'm good.
Good morning. We'll call to order this meeting of the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk.
Item 1 for closed session is public employment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, HIPAA Security Officer. Item 2 is public employment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, HIPAA Privacy Officer. And item 3 is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 2 cases pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2.
Is there any public comment? Seeing no public comment, we will adjourn to closed session.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Supervisors Board of, actually the Board of Supervisors meeting here for today for Calaveras County. We'll start off with a Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. At this time, do we have any announcements from the board? Okay, I understand we had a closed session this morning. I did not attend that session. Vice Chair Garamendi conducted that. Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Reporting out from the closed session. First item is public employment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, HIPAA Security Officer. No action was taken. Item number 2, public employment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, HIPAA Privacy Officer. No action taken. Finally, item number 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 2 cases pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D2. No action taken.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Madam Clerk.
Public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of the comments to be heard.
Thank you. We will have a 3-minute public comment period. Our clock is inoperable. I'm trying to get that fixed, so Madam Clerk will be doing your timing. Is there any speaker for public comment?
Morning. My name is Brian Smith. I own Smith Timber Company in West Point. I understand that last week a gal from West Point, 30-year resident, told the board that everybody in West Point were just happier than clams about the cannabis situation. I've only been in West Point for 42 years. My wife, on the other hand, our great-grandson represents the 8th generation of her family to live in West Point. We ain't happy. Now, that having been said, if you folks decide to ban it, I would like to have a guarantee from you that you're going to be able to fund the banning, you're going to be able to enforce it, and you're going to direct your county offices to actively pursue every last one of them right out of the county. If you're not going to ban it, I want to see it highly regulated, I want to see it highly taxed, and I want to see it highly enforced. That's my admonishment. You know, I can't change your mind. Your mind's been basically made up. But for those of us who've been around the county for a long time, we want to see you do it and do it right, whatever direction you folks take. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, Robert Schufelt. I think I segue in real good with this guy here because what we have right now is a heavily regulated industry that's heavily taxed, but there's been zero enforcement. I don't know why the heels have been dragged so much, but if we had been enforcing this UO that none of you passed, and is not your problem that you created, but soon becoming your problem because it is still not being enforced and it is not being processed, and it very well should have been enforced and processed, you wouldn't have a bunch of farmers thinking they have another year that they have earned because of the foot dragging on this process. We would be in a much better position. And this man over here who just spoke would probably be a little happier with the way things are going. But the simple fact is that the ban will not work. The plan is doomed from the beginning. And all that we are guaranteeing is a bunch of changes in supervisor seats at the minimum 4 years for some of you, and maybe not that long for others. And if you don't do something and do it right, we're going to fail. And that's not going to sit pretty with any voter anywhere. And you think you got these mandates for getting voted in. At max, at max, we're looking at people up here who got a quarter of their registered voters to put them on their chair. All right? The entire county is not registered to vote. So you take that out to the people that you represent. They are not the ones that voted you in. You represent everyone in your district, and you are setting us up for failure. And our county looks goofy. We're clutching our pearls over all this stuff. It's ridiculous. We look stupid from the outside, and it's a shame. I love this place. I've spent my whole adult life here. I have a son who's not going to be an 8th generation, but he's going to be here, and he's going to be stuck in this mess that you guys are making. You're not responsible for the UO, but you're going to be responsible for this ban, and it is doomed. And I don't know why you guys aren't open to education. There's a way to regulate this industry, not let it increase, get the tax money in, make citizens, growers and non-growers, whoever. We don't need to keep splitting it into growers and non-growers. We're all citizens, and you can do right by all of us. And this ban is not right by anyone. I don't know why you're pushing it, but it ain't going to do what you think it's going to do, and you're selling lies to your constituents, and they're not going to put you back up there. We're going to get Cliff again, and it's going to suck. We're going to, you actually have a pretty good stranglehold on your district, so you'll probably be there. Clyde, they're always, you try to kick everybody out of your district. It's like you got there from a recall. So if you guys want, do right by the county. Keep your jobs too. It'll be great for everybody.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
General public comment for items that are not.
This is public comments. I've got other issues for the Loma situation.
Madam Clerk.
Yeah, it's for items not on the agenda, so the FEMA is on the agenda. So he gets to talk back. Okay, so it was for items not on the agenda, and the cannabis situation.
Sir,
was not on the agenda.
what would you like to speak on, sir?
Sorry, I'm not catching it. I'm hard of hearing.
Okay.
He's going to talk on the FEMA Loma situation.
Okay, sir, that's an itemized agenda.
I'm not talking about the Loma situation specifically here. I'm talking about the FEMA problem at Tamarack.
That's part of the agenda. You'll be able to speak on when that agenda item comes up, sir.
I'm sorry, I don't hear very well.
They have it planned in the agenda on number 25. Then you can come up and speak then.
In the 25, it's
Yeah,
not
item
clear
number
on
25.
the agenda that is included.
Yeah, but
That's
now-
correct, sir.
You can talk about the FEMA
Okay,
issue,
so
that
let me
agenda
make-
item.
Let me make absolutely clear. 24 is the Loma situation,
understand.
LOMR. And 25 is, I'm not quite sure now, because I wasn't focusing on that.
Sir, I'll give you the opportunity to speak at that time,
Okay,
all right?
okay. Well, I got a lot of information for you.
When it comes up, you'll
I
have your
thought
3
I would
minutes
get
then.
it out to you so that you might have a chance before the LOMR discussions came up.
We'll be able to address that when that time comes for that agenda
Because
item.
this is important as it reflects to the LOMR.
Sir,
not
we'll address
afterwards.
that when that item comes up,
They have it planned in
Okay,
the agenda.
okay? Not a
Sorry,
problem.
I'm
Not a
hard of
problem.
hearing, and it's difficult for me.
Not a problem. Have a seat, sir. Thank you. Any other speakers?
Now for something completely different. Good morning, board members. Mark from Valley Springs. In 1862, the California government placed a cap on the number of senators at 40 and assemblymen at 80, when the population of the state was less than 420,000 people. This cap has created an oligarchy inconsistent with representative governance because the same 120 legislators are attempting to represent California's present population of 40 million people. By any means, this is impossible. 120 legislators can't represent 40 million people in any effective and meaningful manner. California's refusal to increase its levels of representation over the ensuing years to reflect its growing population is both arbitrary and unconstitutional. In response to this still present problem with our representation, the nonprofit organization Citizens for Fair Representation will shortly file a lawsuit in federal court against the state of California to correct the lack of representation and dilution of our vote. The positive outcome of this lawsuit is likely to have both state and national implications for representation. The jurist coordinator for Citizens for Fair Representation and the legal team have been waiting for at least one county government to join the lawsuit. Now that they have that, the filing of the case is imminent. Others are welcome to join as the case proceeds, of course. Many plaintiffs have already joined the lawsuit, including the American Independent Party, Sheriff John D. Agostini of El Dorado County, the Native American tribes of the Shasta Nation and the Pitt River tribe, the Butte County Supervisor Larry Wall, and many other individuals throughout the state of California. City councils of Williams, Colusa, and the boards of supervisors of Glenn, Tuolumne, and Siskiyou are presently considering it. Some time ago, the members of this board were sent an email with a document packet like the ones that I have here for each of you today. I'd like to see that this issue is placed on the agenda, and I'm asking you as supervisors to take action in our county as representatives to adopt a resolution to join this lawsuit to help us in restoring our representation in the state. So at this time, I'd like to pass these on to the board members. In that packet is a cover letter, which you can all review, and a representative sample of the representation as it compares California to New Hampshire, and also a sample of the resolution that we'd like the board to adopt at some point in the future. I can act as a go-between to see that you're informed or to obtain a copy of the lawsuit for your and the county council's review if you wish. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Vivian Seichu, District 1. In recent weeks and months, we have analyzed the county's publicly available financial records in depth and concluded that the county budget is in a state of significant and worsening deficits, with financial reserves that have been substantially depleted in order to maintain our public services at their current levels. In addition to this, the material budget costs are likely to be introduced during next fiscal year without any new revenue sources being injected into our county coffers. Therefore, our first question is for Supervisor Mills, Supervisor Toffanellis, and Supervisor Clapp, and it is a rather simple one. Have you conducted a thorough fiscal impact analysis in order to truly assess and understand the impacts on the county's resources in the eventuality that a cannabis ban is really enforced. In a regulation scenario, we already know that we would be talking about a $250 million plus legal industry generating net revenues well in excess of $10 million plus per annum, making it by far the leading industry in our county. Gentlemen, the choice to ban or regulate carries a significant element of fiscal responsibility. Are you ready to take that responsibility on your shoulders should you really and finally choose to adopt and enact a ban? Because you can rest assured, gentlemen, that you will be held accountable for your decisions as elected officials in our county. In order to lead to our second and third questions today, we would like to share with you the fact that our current emergency ordinance has recently been benchmarked with other regulations of jurisdictions comparable to Calaveras. And the conclusion appears to be that our program is very robust in comparison and should provide for a strong enforcement program and ultimately eliminate illegal operations over time. As we have always outlined from a process mapping and root cause analysis point of view, the UO development issues were never a matter of ordinance content, but rather of ordinance implementation instead. We strongly believe that the appropriate program structure and leadership was never in place, and that is why the program rollout has suffered. With this in mind, our second question is, similarly to a regulation ordinance scenario, will your ban ordinance come with the required structured and professional implementation processes, program governance framework, and deployment plans? Have you made any tangible preparation progress in that direction, or will we assist to another implementation struggle like with the UO? The truth, gentlemen, is that given the fiscal and program management capabilities constraints that our county has, the growing number of illegal operations under a ban will never be tackled, and the citizens of Calaveras will have to live with that situation for God knows how long. Therefore, our third and final question is, what will be the social and political costs of that? Are you ready to take full responsibility for that legacy? Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Good morning, Cliff Edson, San Andreas. I want to speak to you about the way things are in the community. So we have a lot of uncertainty out there regarding everything industry, actually, not just cannabis. I spoke with a number of contractors, a number of people in the community, and they have a different view on what you're hearing from the few. And actually, if you look at the history of this county for the past 40 years, it's been the few that have dictated the direction of the county. You can see how well that's doing. So right now, we have businesses out there that think a certain way, but are afraid to come forward and speak about it because they'll get targeted, and they'll get that call from the few rebel rousers that are out there. We know who they are. And then they feel like they're being threatened. Because they're small businesses, they can't afford to take much of that. So I think that the real truth is something that you should be looking for, not the real loud voices that you think are what's dictating where we need to go. The folks that I've talked to are just regular people, just like me, people that own a small business. Sunday, I spoke with a young man that said, I am afraid to speak up because I know that I will be put out of business. You think that's the way we should be able to live in this county? Really? Do you think that's the way our forefathers expected it to be? I don't think so. So I think that the way our forefathers expected us to be here in the U.S. is to work things out, to mitigate issues, to work things out. You aren't just going to have one group or another in place. We are all living here, all of us. There's some folks over here that I'm neighbors with. There's folks over here I'm neighbors with. Who do I kick out? Who do I tell that they can't work anymore? Who do I tell that they can't have a job or an industry or a way to make a living? I think that we need to be able to work those things out where None of us are going to be happy in many cases, but more of us will be able to live with. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning again. Brock Estes, Valley Springs. I am neither a rebel rouser nor a rabble rouser. Nor do I own any plots of land that I hope to profit by in some way from marijuana. I'm totally a free agent on this. If I had to choose between a ban and regulation, I would select a ban at this time. However, I want to say again to you, there is a third way. Now, at this point, you're divided among yourselves, as is the citizenry, over a ban or a regulatory ordinance. Eventually, you'll start to see how the cards are going to be played, and you'll start looking at other options. And at that point, I will give you a third way if you haven't already found it yourself. Now, we have a history in this county. There was a gold rush, and a lot of people got wealthy, and we remained a very poor county. There was a timber boom, and a lot of people got wealthy, and we remained a very poor county. So when someone tells you there's all this marijuana money out there, we're going to get rich, not necessarily. Switching to another subject related to this. A few months ago, you may recall, there was a state report that advised against eating more than one serving of black bass from Hogan Reservoir per week. The contamination is thought to be methylmercury, and the best guess is that it's taken all this time to seep into the food chain from the gold rush days. Now, there's an awful lot of harmful things used to process marijuana. I didn't even realize this until a few months ago when I spoke with one of you who told me the way it is. I didn't realize that you had to use all kinds of stuff to keep rodents and insects away from pot. Now, right now, that stuff's out there in the hinterlands, and who knows when it's going to seep into the water supply. 30 seconds. But it's your job as current supervisors to look not only at what's going on now, but what might be going on in 150 years. As I say, there is a third way, and I think we're going to get there together. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. I'm in Dennis's district, and I just wanted to briefly tell you about the roads conditions that we have and what they're doing with the potholes. And I know that Supervisor Mills, this is one of the things that he doesn't like, when things aren't properly addressed and they won't save the county money. But anyway, on Little John Road, a couple of times they've been out and they've done some pothole repair. And what's really weird is they'll repair a pothole, then you'll drive down the street and there's no repair. Then you'll drive down the street and there's a repair. And they've done this more than once, where they're actually coming out and not doing the proper job, and then the county is actually going to lose money because they're not doing it properly. So I guess maybe Jeff at Public Works should know that one trip would be the way to go instead of multiple trips where it's not properly done. Thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Good morning, Bill McManus, full-time rabble rouser. As we think back into the past and heard all of the stories about marijuana and the industry with the former board, we heard lots of fairy tales about how good it's going to be for the youth of our county to provide them with jobs, how much money it brings in. It was just going to be, the goose that laid the golden egg. What we have found out in reality is none of that is true. The so-called employees that work in this industry don't show up anywhere in state reporting data. They're ghost employees. They're not protected by the same standards and laws that the rest of us are. We also see that the youth of our community is not necessarily improving themselves with this activity. Before you is a report from a grower or someone in our county, I think he's in District 1, who had to take it a little bit further, as they always do, stretch the rules with the regulations, and found himself somewhere in Chicagoland with in excess of 5,000 grams of marijuana for sale. He was arrested. He's currently in the Cook County Department of Corrections institution. His bail was set at $300,000. And by coincidence, his hearing is today. So we don't know if Mr. Spencer was able to show up for his court date today or if he's been there since he's been incarcerated. These are the kind of things that happen when you have an illegal, unregulated activity going on in your county. Things go bad, unintended consequences. This person is not better off. The temptation was too great. The money was too great. And now he's in jail. Is that what we want for the youth of our county? I don't think so. I don't want it for my kids. Do we want it for other young people that are trying to get ahead, who work hard, play by the rules, climb the ladder, and are rewarded based on their efforts? Or do they take a chance based on greed and end up making a very, very poor mistake, bad mistake? So it's just one example, one of hundreds, perhaps, I don't even know how many, of how it didn't turn out right for the young people or anyone in our county who gets involved in this activity. And so I hope you consider that, and I think we need to take a timeout on all of this, get a ban in place, and then look around at some of the other jurisdictions and see how they deal with it in the future. And let's take the best of the best, if anything, from what they find out. There's no need for Calaveras County to be the crash test dummies for the rest of California struggling with this. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. Joan Wilson, District 1. Mr. Mills, you wanted to be on the ad hoc committee. You were at the special meeting where you were supposed to report, where the ad hoc committee was supposed to report. You said nothing. Mr. Garamendi gave the report for the ad hoc committee. You said nothing. You came to the next meeting. Then you say you only signed that piece of paper to acknowledge that you read it. It appears to me that you will say one thing to Mr. Garamendi in private and another thing to the public. You gave the excuse that you didn't say anything at the special meeting, and your excuse was that you didn't say anything because you thought the chairman was confused. That was your thought, not reality. Mr. Garamendi, Mr. Oliveira, I'm sorry you have to put up with something like this. The behavior that you've shown in the last couple of meetings is duplicitous. The meaning of duplicitous, according to Google, is deceitful or treacherous. Mr. Mills, I think perhaps you are confused. You voted against what you agreed to and signed. I worked a booth at Earth Day. We spoke to many people. We spoke to many people in your district, Mr. Mills, and they want you removed. They are not happy with your actions. They do not feel that they are being represented by you. They want you gone. Now, back to my question. How are you going to pay for a ban?
I will come back and ask that question of you gentlemen time and time again. You're going to need a new EIR per CEQA for that ban. How are you going to pay for all this? I, as a taxpayer, want to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Ben Stopper, District 5. To go back to one of the original gentlemen that spoke, enforcement, ban, regulation. Moving forward, we haven't had anything that's been fully presented to us that has been fully right so far. We start with the original urgency ordinance. We move on to Measure D, which was voted down. Measure B kicked out in court, and now we got something that we're reviewing now. And hopefully, moving forward, we can find what's wrong with it, and it evolves to something that works for the entire county. But enforcement, your plan, a business plan moving forward with any item, whether it be ban or regulation, how you're going to pay for that, how you're going to distribute the money to get the tools to properly implement it. Mr. Toffanelli said during the last meeting that he did not think this was in a timely manner. I think he was reaching for a word. I don't think he applied it properly, but I think he's right. Timely manner would have been when they originally did the UO, so that somebody could have implemented those dollars for enforcement to move forward, because that's a good business plan. We haven't had one presented to us so far for anybody's ideas moving forward. And that's got to be part of a ban regulation when you move forward to properly implement it and provide the tools for the people that work for the county to make it work. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. 30 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, our 30-minute period for public comment is over. We will resume after the completion of the regular agenda, and we'll have the opportunity to open up public comment. Madam Clerk.
The consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request the removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Is there any member of the public that wishes any item on the consent agenda pulled for discussion? Mr. McManus?
Number 5, please.
Number 5. Any other member from the public? Any member from the board? Pulled items from the consent agenda? 5, okay. Supervisor Mills? That was 5 as well. 5 also? Any other item from the consent agenda? Okay. Could I have a motion to accept the remaining items on the consent agenda?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Toffanelli. Second. Second by Supervisor Clapp. Any public comment? I'll bring it back to the board. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0. Unanimous.
Item 5 is from the Sheriff's Department to authorize the county administrative officer to sign helicopter services agreements for the Sheriff's Office.
Mr. McManus, you pulled it. Would you like to speak first?
Bill McManus. In the last few months, we've heard a lot of conversations about funding the ban and doing different things. We've been told that there isn't going to be any money. It's going to be a difficult process. During that process, we've mentioned many times at this podium and throughout the county that federal funds might be available to help our county to enforce the regulations here, regardless of what those regulations might be. Of course, I was called a liar and deceiver and everything all along the way. Now we have in front of us a proposal for helicopter services to help with reconnaissance and eradication. And I notice, strangely enough, that DEA and the United States Forest Service are mentioned as part of the funding source. Those are federal agencies. It now appears that federal monies might be available, and apparently you're going to take advantage of those. So I'm wondering, even though we have all the account numbers down, there's nothing here about the distribution. You know, which agency is contributing what, you know, from DEA and U.S. Forest Service. And that could be either as a percentage of the total contract amount or as an actual dollar amount that they're kicking in for these four contracts. Would also like to know if it's just flying services that are involved, or if there's anything else that's going to be involved in this program. If you could just, if you can enlighten us as to what's going on with it. So it appears as though you've taken the step, according to the sheriff, that grants are a pain in the ass. I'm using his words exactly. I would also repeat that paying property tax is a pain in the ass too. And a lot of people who live around this problem, it's a pain for them too. So I think this is a step in the right direction to start getting this under control. Just like to know what the distribution is so we have some idea of how much of our federal tax money is coming back into the county to help us. Oh, and one other thing, I don't know if anyone's considered it. When I looked at the contract, it's portal to portal for the helicopters. They appear to be at least an hour's away flying time. And at $950 an hour, that's a lot of money for feather bedding from airport to our site. And has there been any consideration given to using our county facilities, like our airport, to house these helicopters so that we get more time on site rather than travel time? And if we could have jet fuel available at our airport, might also be good for other people who fly into our airport and might be a source of income or revenue for the county. Thank you.
Do we have representation from the Sheriff's Department, Lieutenant? Lieutenant, before you start, Supervisor Mills and Supervisor Platt, do you have additional issues on 5 that you need to bring up before the Lieutenant makes a presentation? I know you both desire to pull that.
I would like to wait till he's talking.
Okay. All right. Proceed, Lieutenant. Thank you.
Good morning. Chris Hewitt, Lieutenant with the Sheriff's Office. So I'll try to address as many of these questions as I can. Unfortunately, our budget analyst is not here today, so some of them I can't answer. Just to give you a brief overview, this is an ongoing resource that we've used for at least 10 years that I'm aware of. Of course, we already know it's funded through DEA, United States Forest Service, and the MCCRP funds. It's used to assist the Sheriff's Office with investigations on public lands. That means these helicopter services are used to eradicate or investigate marijuana growing operations on public lands only. Provides a higher level of safety for the Sheriff's Office and our investigators. And the one thing it does do, and it's limited in the contract, is it's a reconnaissance and sling load operation. So they enable us to get our investigators into the growth sites, which are oftentimes in the middle of nowhere in a forested land. And they insert the investigators, they extract them, and they also use their sling load operations to bring out the marijuana that we eradicate. The distribution rate, I'm not sure. That's one of the questions I cannot answer right now without our budget analyst. These monies are limited. They have been limited. They seem to go down every year that we apply for them, such as the DEA grant. It's a lot less than what it was probably 10 years ago. So that's why we have to pool all these monies together to enable us to afford this service that we need to conduct these investigations. The question about housing a helicopter service at our airport, we need to keep in mind that these are private vendors and they have their own home base businesses. So wherever they're at, some of them are in Fresno, some are in Sacramento. So we can't force a private business to come relocate to our airport. I'm not sure if that answers all the questions. I'm open to questions.
Supervisor Clapp, Supervisor Mills, questions of the Lieutenant?
Lieutenant, I fully understand what you're saying about facilities because there are support mechanisms that are needed for these individual machines, and their local facility is best capable of supporting them. To bring them off-site, so to speak, places another strategic problem for them. So I fully understand why they're wanting a home base. If the Sheriff's Department feels that they need to have additional financial support for helicopter services outside of the forest lands in the future, I certainly would entertain that you come back and have a discussion with us about that and how we might be able to support that.
Yes, sir. I'd like to say that comparatively speaking, the operation of helicopters are extremely expensive. Not only the purchase and the upkeep of the helicopter, but the pilots too are very expensive. So we're actually getting away, we have a good deal here with the money that we're using to get these services. It's in the long run, it's a lot cheaper than having our own helicopter station here at the airport.
Any other questions from the board for the Lieutenant?
No, he answered mine. I was wanting to know if it's on federal lands or on ours too, so he answered that.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was not going to pull this item, but since it was pulled, I figure I'll ask my questions. If my notes were correct, the U.S. Forest Service gave us about $5,000 this year. $35,000 came from the DEA for cannabis eradication, primarily on public lands, correct?
That sounds about right, yes, sir.
So in your proposal, we have, unfortunately that, when you take the there and back time, that would cost, it's about 30 hours of helicopter time. Not a lot. That would go pretty quick. The question I have is, you've got in the proposal, we cite federal and county cannabis dollars. Is there a problem with us mingling funds between federal dollars for federal enforcement on public lands versus our cannabis dollars registration fees? How are we going to be able to break those out? And how's that all going to work? Because I don't know if we can we use our cannabis registration fees to enforce cannabis laws on federal property?
I understand your question completely, and that's, from what I understand, we can, but I'm not positive. That I'd have to go to somebody with a little more education than me, probably.
We'll definitely have to make sure we keep the book straight on that, because we don't want to misuse under Prop 26 those cannabis funds.
I know our budget analyst, Maria, she did research this. She's very confident in what she does, so I'm assuming that she researched it and everything is good to go.
And can I assume that if we don't have cannabis funds, then we are probably going to be limited to 30 hours?
That would be my guess, yes, sir.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Any other further questions? I have a question, Lieutenant. The areas that the helicopter is being used for eradication, are they readily accessible by land vehicle at times? Or are we looking at some big difficulty getting to those sites?
Well, that's the reason for the helicopter. If we could get in there by vehicle, it would be a lot cheaper to go by vehicle. We wouldn't need the helicopter. So a lot of these sites are in wilderness areas where there's either a 1 or 2 track road that the majority of our vehicles can't get to. So we rely on the helicopters to sling our people in, as well as sling the evidence or the marijuana out of the location. So ideally, it would be easier overall to drive into a site, but because of the locations of many of these that are discovered by hikers and backpackers and whatnot, we have to use some type of air resource to get into the location.
I want to make sure the public was aware of that fact. And believe me, those operations, I have been on those operations while a deputy, and they're very involved.
Yes, sir.
All right. Any further questions?
Yeah, just one more. I'm sorry to keep asking the questions, and you may not have the answer to this, but as you've gone through this grant writing process and worked on these federal dollars, has the DEA given you any indication that they're sending additional funds?
Not yet, but with the new administration, I think anything's possible. But
to date, nothing.
Today, nothing. The trend has shown that the dollars have steadily declined, but there could be an upswing, just depending on politics.
Right.
Any further questions of the Lieutenant? We'll bring it back to public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
To address some of Mr. McManus's comments and actually go back to the guy that was talking about Jefferson earlier, because we really do need more representation here, because I hate laws like this. But the California, April 18th, 2017, California Assembly Committee passes bill to ban resources for federal marijuana enforcement. This is AB 1578. As we know, there's a lot of laws being passed in California right now quickly and steadfastly to block a lot of the federal programs. As you've all seen on the news, they're moving fast to try and block construction workers from doing the 30-foot tall barrier fence or whatever wall in Southern California that Mr. Trump promised. This right here is the legal basis behind this AB 1578 actually addresses some of the constitutional questions that come up here at this meeting so often, whether or not it's a Schedule I drug, and there has actually and federal sovereignty over state sovereignty and so on and so forth. I would like to quote Justice Scalia's, bless his soul, comment during a 1997 U.S. Supreme Court hearing, Prince versus U.S., that's P-R-I-N-T-Z, not Prince as in print, purple. But we held in New York that Congress cannot compel the states to enact or enforce a federal regulatory program. Today, we hold that Congress cannot circumvent that prohibition by conscripting the state's officers directly. The federal government may neither issue directives requiring the states to address particular problems, nor command the state's officers or those of their political subdivisions to administer or enforce a federal regulatory program. It matters not whether policy making is involved, and no case-by-case weighing of the burdens or benefits is necessary. Such commands are fundamentally incompatible with our constitutional system of dual sovereignty. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Cliff Edson, San Andreas. One of the first things that I did when I first became supervisor was answer or take up the sheriff's office asking me to come on a flight on this helicopter service to take a look over my district. And the reason was to take a look at the grows back then. That was over 4 years ago now. And the grows were everywhere 4 years ago. And, you know, it was banned then, wasn't it? District 2, the little bit of time that I flew over District 2, which, by the way, I do not like helicopters, I got to tell you. That day actually was windy. They took the doors off the helicopter, and I'm really happy they did that. But District 2 looked like the banana belt. This was over 4 years ago, before any type of regulation. This is when it was banned. And we had a little bit more money in the county then we do now. So this issue has been kicked down the road for a long time. Our board, when I was on it, took a stance on it to try to regulate it to a point where it could be get some controls on it. And you know, it wasn't perfect, but I think it was effective, and it was a starting point. It was never meant to be a point to try to accomplish something that couldn't be accomplished. Your ban cannot be accomplished. 4 years ago, I flew over this county. I seen what it was 4 years ago. So if it couldn't be done then, it can't be done now. You might want to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Joan Wilson, District 1. My understanding is there's 6,800 illegal grows. And this county can only pay to eradicate 30 of those without the cannabis taxes. I think we have a dilemma here. I think you need to figure out a way to do this. I think maybe some people like me can help you. I think maybe you want to regulate and tax cannabis and get rid of those bad people. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other public speakers on this issue?
My question is, why wasn't something done long ago? Why allow this to continue growing a plant that causes crime, that draws crime, that causes killings, murders, mayhem?
Ma'am, I'm going to have to direct you towards the agenda item, okay, about the helicopter
Well,
service.
that's what they're
Sheriff's
talking about, the other speakers that came up, only they are in favor of taxing marijuana and using dirty money that causes societal ills. And I just, feel compelled to say how I feel about it, because I feel exactly the opposite.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Dina Morris, Calaveras County. I would say that the helicopter service is definitely needed, and it's going to be a great start to getting rid of the illegal grows. And I would support entertaining that idea to use those helicopters on private lands as well to get rid of the illegal grows. Now, it's my understanding, a couple of years ago, we had maybe 2,000 illegal grows at best. And now I hear somebody say we have almost 7,000. That's the path that regulation is taking us down. That's not good. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other public speakers on this issue? I'll bring it back to the board. Any board comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Mills on item number 5, the sheriff authorized the county administrative officer to sign helicopter services agreement for the sheriff's office. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Opinelli. Public comment's already been made on this issue. I'll call for a vote. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0 unanimous. Lieutenant, could I talk to you at a break? Okay, do you want to take a break now before we go? A matter of fact, let's do that. Let's take a 10-minute break right now. 15.
Mics are on.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Item 18 is from Public Works to authorize the board chair to execute a second amendment to the professional services agreement between Calaveras County and Tetra Tech Incorporated for the arboricultural and tree removal monitoring services due to the Butte Fire incident to include compliance of the final archaeological treatment plan and adjusting the rate sheet.
Mr. Clovis.
Thank you, Chair. Jeff Krovitz, Public Works. This item was on the last agenda and got pushed forward so that Public Works could provide the board with additional information, which I believe has been completed. Just to recap, this is an amendment to an existing contract. The contract was initially approved by the Board of Supervisors in June of 2016, specifically for arboricultural services for tree removal related to the Butte fire. At the time, the scope of work was for an arborist to survey the trees. The firm was also assisting with the deployment of right of entry letters for private property debris removal, as well as identifying trees along county right-of-way for removal. The funding programs follow different paths. The grant funding programs follow different paths if we're dealing with right-of-way trees versus right of entry trees, right of entry being those on private property. In October, we did an amendment with anticipated cost for monitoring services as we were starting to get information from FEMA as they were clearing this project through the NEPA process that there would be additional monitoring that was required, monitoring for historical sites, monitoring for cultural resource sites, Native American remains sites, as well as monitoring for endangered and listed species. So at that time, with permission of Cal OES and FEMA, we added scope of work for monitoring services, which we brought in a firm called Ganda and Associates, very well respected within the state of California, relatively local, to provide those monitoring services under the umbrella of our program manager, Tetra Tech. At that time, it was a $1.5 million add to the program. So it requires up to 3 monitors be with every crew, every cutting crew. We have maxed out at 13 simultaneous cutting crews. We have tried to share our monitors among the crews so that we could have 3 people monitoring 2 crews if they're relatively close together. And this particular amendment is for a change of rate for some of the senior staff that are managing these services. It is not a contract value change. It is merely a rate change to the senior level staff, as well as providing rates for the cultural resources monitors that we did not have prior to that. Per questions from Supervisor Garamendi, I provided a copy of the archaeological treatment plan so you could see what the scope of work was for the monitoring services portion of this contract. And I think I've answered questions from the last meeting, so I will entertain questions for today.
Question from the board? Supervisor Garamendi. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jeff. My question revolves around the project background pages. That would be page 8, specifically in the schedule that's listed there.
Your pagination and mine are different. So is it in the amendment?
It's in the project background summary. There's 9 pages to that summary. It would be the second to the last page. On the summary, there's a table of a... Oh, it would be packet page 222 on the board packet, not the public's packet. Referencing that schedule, then, we're looking at item D, which is an end date of November 2017 on tree removal. Are we on schedule to complete that by that date?
We are actually ahead of schedule. Right now, with the current trees in front of us and at our current rate, and also given the fact that we know we will have more rain days, we anticipate having all the trees on the ground and hauled to the debris management site by about the 3rd week of July. There will be about 2 weeks following that to chip and then haul dispose of that material. So that would be beginning of August. The rest of the time on the contract through the end of the year would be for insurance recovery purposes, but the contractor would be out of the field at that point in time. So yes, we are ahead of schedule, and we anticipate there being more trees added to the program, but that would only be adding a total potential of 6 to 7 weeks to the entire process. So we're still well within our in-date schedule that we have in the contract.
So to that point, each task that you have listed there, you are either on schedule or ahead of schedule. You don't see any conflicts in being able to meet the timelines that are listed here?
No, actually I don't. We've been slower in the hauling than maybe we would have wanted to be, but it's a question of balancing work staff because there's been a slowdown at the Wallace site while they were clearing out the trees that were stored as part of PG&E's tree mortality removal program. Those trees have all been completed and all that debris removed. In the interim, we were hauling material, and we had hauled up to about 20,000 cubic yards and stored it at that site, but didn't begin shipping the material until yesterday. And we can chip and haul at twice the rate, approximately, that we are bringing trees out of the burn area down to Wallace. So the two will catch each other.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff, thank you so much for answering those questions I had last week. I also appreciate that, this is a big move. This is a big project with a lot of moving parts, and where we've run into obstacles, I appreciate your willingness to help us remove those obstacles, fix things. Question I wrote, could you talk a little bit about the right of entry program and sort of how that's going and anything you want the public to know or think about on those things?
The right of entry program is the portion of the program dealing with private property debris removal. So that would be those trees that exist on private property or outside of public easement right-of-way, which have the probability or possibility of toppling onto the traveled way and endangering the public. So the process is that we sent initial letters with right of entry forms to all private parcels that were identified by the arborist on a drive-through that appeared to have private property trees that had the potential to fall within the right-of-way. So if you have a 40-foot tree that was burned and dead or dying that was 50 feet away from the edge of traveled way, then generally it was not tagged. But if you had a 200-foot tree tall that was dead and standing and only 175 feet away from the traveled way, then that tree would be identified. We did 2 mailings to everybody on the list, and for those parcels that did not respond in any way, shape, or form, our Tetra Tech actually took the right of entries into Ziploc bags and posted them at the encroachments to these parcels to try to get participation. Our initial participation was at about, we ended up having to draw a line in the sand in October with the private property parcels so that we could fix our scope of work for the execution of the contract as well as the finalization of the environmental clearance. Since that time, there have been right of entries that have straggled in that we have taken in and done surveys of trees on, but we have not incorporated those into the program at this time. The intent is to incorporate them into the program. And another thing that I'm learning as we're going along is that there's been a significant amount of change of ownership that has occurred over the last 18 months since the fire. And in some cases, we may not have the current data set of the current owners, and that might be why, or a property was in transition, and that might be why we didn't have response. So there's approximately 56 parcels out of the 300 and, somewhere north of 300 parcels that did not respond in any way, shape, or form. Our plan is to go out with one more effort to those parcels that did not respond and apply to Calaveras and FEMA to expand or reversion the worksheet or the scope of work to be able to get those trees out, because this is the easiest and quickest method of getting the hazard mitigated and protect the public. There will be trees at the end of this project on private property that will still present a danger but will not be part of the program, and we will have to go through a code compliance process to get those trees removed. And that will be a much more labor-intensive process that will not be reimbursed.
So if we go through this code compliance process because we've got trees that are threats to the public from private land, will be the consequence to the property owner? Will they still fall under this FEMA contract, or will this fall under code compliance abatement and possible fines and penalties?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of your question. Could you
The
repeat
people
it?
who don't respond or refuse entry into their property to remove this public hazard, and we end up having to go through a code compliance process, will that work still be eligible for the FEMA money, or will that go through a lien process or an abatement process through code compliance?
These trees will not be eligible for reimbursement, or it's not so much reimbursement, it's more of a grant fund to the county for causing removal of those trees. The responsibility the day after the fire, as well as today, for removing trees that jeopardize public along county-maintained roads is the property owners. The responsibility for removing trees along public rights of way that were damaged by the fire is the county's. This particular program for debris removal is specifically to fund those two items through grants rather than it coming out of county coffers. If we have to go through a code compliance program for abatement, then that will not be funded as part of this grant program. The grant program I fully anticipate to be over and done with.
So if they work with us, we pay for it. If they don't, they pay for it.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Supervisor Tofinelli?
Yes, Jeff, it's my understanding from what you just stated earlier that you're looking at July 17th, sometime around July 17th, as the final day of all the trees being shipped down to Wallace?
I think it might be the 21st, but I
inadvertently left that.
Mid-July.
Mid-July would be the final
yes.
Shipment.
With the current number of trees in the program, we currently have about 8,500 trees in the current program. About 7,900 of them are on the ground. So there's still about 1,000 left standing. So in the next 6 to 8 weeks, the rest of them will be on the ground.
Well, is that taken into account? You say how fast you can ship them. If he can take them faster, can you ship them faster? Do you have the ability to ship it? Because I was there the other day, and the PG&E trees are basically gone now. So the whole yard is open to receiving these trees. So that would expand the amount that he could take. I think part of it was he had those PG&E trees there, so he can only take so much from you. But with those gone and expansion of the yard, is there ability to ship those faster and more to lower that date, speed that date up?
The answer to that question is yes and no. Yes, we have the ability to ship them faster, load them up on trucks faster, and get them to the Wallace Yard. And yes, the Wallace Yard does have the room to store the trees prior to their being treated, chipped, and hauled out. What we don't have is enough monitors to be able to monitor the loading process. In other words, dragging the slash or hauling the logs back out to county roads and loading them onto trucks still requires monitoring by potentially 3 different persons. And being springtime, monitors that do this type of work are all out in the field doing their endangered species protocol surveys for future projects coming in next year, the year after, the year after. And springtime tends to be an extremely busy period. So our ability to deploy more monitors into the field to get more trucks on the road is limited. And that's the, what should I say, that's the critical path or the limiting path on this program right now.
So your point is you're storing some of them now that eventually will be caught up and there'll be no storage. It'll be directly loaded onto trucks and shipped to Wallace.
Yes. Okay. But I don't know when that date will occur.
I understand.
But the anticipation is that there's going to be, at least a 2-week overlap between the time the last tree is hauled to Wallace and then the last of the debris is hauled out of Wallace.
I understand.
Okay.
Thank you.
Further comments by the board? I happened to walk past a meeting yesterday afternoon where Mr. Krobus and our contractors for this project was having a scheduling meeting, and Mr. Krobus invited me to sit in, and I was quite impressed by the cooperation and developing this schedule. Once again, those are if everything goes right. So we have that unknown factor. So, Mr. Krobus, I found that to be a very educating experience, and I see the cooperation from our contractors, and I think we're on the right path.
Thank you.
No further questions. Public comment? No public comment. I'll bring it back to the board. Entertain a motion. This is an action item.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Clapp. Second by Supervisor Garamendi. Once again, no public comment. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0 unanimous.
Item 19 is from the Public Works Department to adopt a resolution to approve the repair of a broken water line at Red Hill Road and State Route 49 without a bid, requiring a 4/5 vote as outlined in Chapter 2.5 Emergency Contracting Procedures of the Public Contract Code, and authorize payment of invoice from Sutton Enterprises for the work performed totaling $2,850.
Thank you. The item is out of order in my book, so I had to find it. I'm actually almost embarrassed to have to bring a $2,000 item in front of the board. The backstory on this was in the middle of storms in February, in which we were taking on significant damage throughout the county, and county crews were spread very thin, working 12-hour days, and cleaning up some ditches, inadvertently damaged a water line supplying private residences. As soon as they discovered that, they attempted to make some fixes to return water service, were unable to complete the repair, and knowing that water for the residents is very important, but so is the protection of the public on the traveled way very important, we made the decision to call Sutton Enterprises to fix this line and return the service to the individuals that were affected. The total cost of the item is $2,850. It's unfortunate that we have to take the time to do a small dollar item like this, but in the heat of the moment, in the middle of that particular event, we deemed it to be the most expeditious way of maintaining our roads as well as returning this to service. Were the public works crews not otherwise involved, we could have fixed it ourselves at a slightly less cost and wouldn't have had to go to the board, just would have paid for it. So anyway, that's what this item is. Do you have any questions about it?
It isn't so much a question about the specific item, but I think it speaks to a larger potential discussion we may have in the future, and I might even want to discuss the possibility of bringing this back or instructing staff to look at our extra hire local resources or emergency hire resources policies, and whether or not there's something that we can we can look at there. We're not the only agency that uses extra hires on a regular basis, but to be sure that they're properly vetted, and I know this one is, but just what those policies are, and just kind of have another look. I think that some of our policies in this regard are quite old and should be possibly looked at and reviewed going forward. So that is my only comment about it, and it isn't about just this agenda item. Item 20 is likewise the same thing. So just a point.
Thank you, and I do agree with you that it bears looking into. It's not just about contracting procedure that we're required to go through meeting county policy, but it also speaks to the need to be prepared to be able to adequately respond in an emergency situation. In these declared emergencies that we're currently working under, there are time frames that we are placed under in an emergency, and the only way to meet that time frame is to have contracts in place for response before the emergency comes. It seems a little bit crazy that we would have emergency contracts for emergencies that we don't know what they're going to be before they occur. But from my experience over the last 18 months, or almost 18 months, that's the only way we can get ahead of the types of disasters and responses that we've been facing. So, yeah, I agree. But it will take a rather large effort, because it doesn't just affect Public Works, it's all departments.
Right, and it's just looking at the cadre of potential services that would be available on a moment's notice, what they're capable of doing, their limitations, the timelines that they could work in. Just having all of that done in advance, just you know what your outside resources are, because you are going to use outside resources from time to time. It's a given.
Yeah,
so
and we do.
Having that policy in place or that process in place in advance just solves a lot of the shortcomings.
Well, I would say that for these type of, how shall I say it, a no-bid situation, in an emergency situation, not necessarily a declared emergency, just an immediate emergency, we would have had to have brought this item to the board no matter what, because Sutton is already under contract to us. The contract value exceeds $100,000, and we're adding scope of work to it. So county purchasing policy requires that we bring that to the board, whether it was an emergency or not. And we do know the capabilities and maintain close contact with the contractors that are either haulers, suppliers, people that do work for us, as you'll see in the next item. So we know what their capabilities are, and when we feel that we need to expand our staff, we do expand our staff through contractors. The advantage to expanding our staff through contractors in an emergency situation, a declared emergency situation, is that your funding is very easy. The reimbursement funding is very easy. If we tried to do this type of repair work, calling out extra hires, as we do for snow plowing services up in the high country, then we would have to be supplying them with vehicles, equipment, and we're juggling our staff. So it was much easier. It's much easier in many cases to say we have a task, we have a contractor that has the equipment, the expertise, the time to take it on. Let's get it done this way so that we can continue with our core mission.
Thank you, Mr. Clovis. Any further comment from the board? Any public comment?
I have a question for Mr. Clovis. First of all, when was the last time our contract was updated with Sutton? And is this money that we're spending, I know it's only $2,800, but is it reimbursed by the state? Because it is a disaster.
Mr. Chairman, would you like me to respond?
Would you please?
Okay. The contract with Sutton is a multi-year hauling contract. I believe that we executed this contract in 2016. And for this particular item, no, this is not a reimbursable item. The cause to the damage of the water line was Public Works doing normal business, which is cleaning drainage culverts. And so that this item will be funded out of our normal road operations and maintenance fund, in this particular instance, the highway user tax account that we get. So this is not directly related to a flood emergency, even though we wouldn't have been in that location if we didn't have pending rainstorms. But it just doesn't seem like we could sell this.
Okay, thank you. Any further public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board and entertain a motion. Moved by Supervisor Clapp.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Mills to approve. No further public comment. All in favor indicate by saying aye. 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 Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0 unanimous.
Item 20 is from Public Works to adopt a resolution approving the emergency stabilization of slide on Canyon View Drive in Hathaway Pines without giving notice for bids, requiring a 4/5 vote as outlined in Chapter 2.5 Emergency Contracting Procedures of the Public Contract Code, and authorize payment of invoice from Cole to Scornia Construction for the work performed totaling $20,908.82.
Mr. Groves.
Thank you, Jeff Kravitz, Public Works. This particular agenda item is representative of true emergency that was storm damage driven. I was notified of a roadway slide up in the Hathaway Pines area on Canyon View Drive. It was at the fork in the road, or very close to the fork in the road. The fill slope, which was overly steep, that was constructed by the developer, I believe in the early 60s, had become saturated and was starting to slide down the hill down a very, very steep canyon. The canyon leads, I believe, to Mill Creek, and then Mill Creek leads to the Stanislaus, both of which were raging at the time. This slide path crossed beneath an elevated section of Utica Public Utilities flume, providing drinking water and fire suppression supply for a number of residences within the county and downhill from that location. This slide, carrying both mud and rock and debris from trees and brush, was threatening the flume, as well as threatening and did destabilize the roadway upon which people were driving. So Public Works scrambled the best we can. We had meetings with CCWD, who had water lines in the road, with Utica Public Water and Power, having the flume below the road. Public Works did some temporary narrowing of the road to get the traffic away from the destabilized roadway area, and went into emergency repairs. Public Works crews went and plugged the culvert at this location and redirected the water to a different direction, into a different drainage channel to bypass this entire canyon. We entered into an emergency agreement with Cole to Scornia Construction to be able to get heavy equipment down into the slide area and remove debris and haul the debris away, and then to stabilize the slide site so that in subsequent rains it would not continue to slide or threaten either the roadway or the flume down below. Additionally, Public Works received right of entries from adjacent property owners that would allow us to enter their property to access this slide area to do the repair. The repair worked. We were able to get it done in 4 days between the two major events in February, and it has held since. Permanent repairs to this site are expected to exceed $300,000. I actually expected these temporary repairs to exceed what they actually cost. But irregardless, this site has already been inspected and by Cal OES and FEMA and included into the storm damage list of projects of the storms of 2017, both January and February. And so I fully expect that after our applicant briefing, we can move ahead with permanent repairs, which will require engineering design and competitive bid.
Thank you, Mr. Willis. Questions, statements by the board? This is one of the projects that I personally monitored up in District 3 due to the storm events. And I want to commend the road department for jumping on this thing and getting it fixed to the point where we didn't have any danger to our public. It was very hairy there for a while, and the department did a great job, Mr. Clovis. They should be commended.
I think they did. Thank you very much.
Any public comment on this issue? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Any further comment? Mr. Tofinelli? No. Okay. Seeing none, I would entertain a motion. Moved by Supervisor Clapp.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinelli to approve item number 20. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0 unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clovis. Madam Clerk.
Item 21 is from Human Resources to adopt a resolution changing the position control list for Health and Human Services Agency by reclassifying a child welfare services social worker to a staff services analyst and an account technician 4 to a fiscal services manager.
Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. Good morning, board members, chair. I am bringing before you today a change to the position control list. We are asking to reclass the, excuse me, I apologize, I'm coming down with bronchitis. We are asking to reclassify 2 positions and changing our social worker to staff services analyst and account tech 4 to fiscal services manager, which is a new position. The social worker to staff services analyst will allow will free up the social workers from having to watch for the variety of things that come across for analytical, advisory, and technical information that comes into social services. This person will be taking all that information and making sure it is passed on to the social workers. This position will also actually not cost the non-general fund additional dollars. It will be $2,000 less. The position for the fiscal services manager, by changing the account tech 4 position to the fiscal services manager, that will allow a level of management supervisory on the side which has public health, mental health, those fiscal account techs. We have 2 different layers to their org chart. We have the fiscal account techs on one side that has a supervisor. We have the fiscal account techs on the other side who report directly up to the business administrator. We are wanting to reclass a position that will add that same level of supervision that is on the other side, so that the business administrator can assist the director of Health and Human Services Agency with more of the fiscal business that needs to be done. Adding that position will change, it will increase approximately $13,000 annually and will be shared among the behavioral health and public health divisions and has no impact to the general fund. And so these reclassifications will bring Health and Human Services Agency organization more in line with other agencies.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hawkins, questions of the board or from the board? Seeing none, public comment. Any public comment on this issue? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board and entertain a motion.
I'll move this item, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Tofinelli, seconded by Supervisor Platt. Once again, a call for public comment. Seeing none. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0 unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hawkins.
Item 22 is from Code Compliance to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution upholding the Administrative Hearing Board's denial of the appeal of the administrative citation issued to Stephen Dickinson on behalf of Twinney Farms due to the denial of medical cannabis cultivation registration application 2016-224, case number 1722, to Stephen Dickinson on behalf of Twinney Farms for unregistered cannabis cultivation.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Sabrina Cable with Code Compliance.
I'm Ethan Turner. I represent Code Compliance.
Okay. Sir?
On August 4th, Stephen Dickinson...
This is a hearing, so we're going to open the hearing up.
Okay.
Could you please pull your microphone so you're speaking directly into them, not to the side? Thank you.
And, sir, could I have your representation?
Yes, my name is Stephen Dickinson. I own the farm.
Okay, thank you. Proceed, please.
Thank you. On August 4, 2016, Stephen Dickinson's application 2016-224 was denied by the Planning Department. The urgency ordinance declares all cultivation occurring without a pending application or registration to be a public nuisance. On August 29, 2016, our office issued an administrative citation and order to abate, which stated that if Mr. Dickinson did not voluntarily abate his cultivation site within 10 days, he would be fined $1,000 per day. Mr. Dickinson sent us a letter which stated he continued to cultivate cannabis continuously from the date we issued our notice of violation in order to abate through October 31st. You'll find the letter attached as Exhibit 4 to the board packet. Mr. Dickinson appealed his citation to the Planning Commission, who was acting as an administrative hearing board, but he did not appear, nor did his attorney, nor did they offer any evidence as to why the determination that a nuisance was occurring on the property was an error. The Administrative Hearing Board upheld our office's determination that a nuisance existed on the property and the assessment of fines during the period when a violation was occurring. Mr. Dickinson's attorney provided proof of abatement that was deemed acceptable to our office and admitted that he had been growing for 53 days after the order to abate was issued. I ask that the board uphold the decision of the Administrative Hearing Board. Thank you.
Okay. We'll hear from the appellant.
Yeah, I'd like to see that letter you're talking about that said that I stated that I've been growing for 53 days. I never said it or wrote it down or anything, so I'd like to see that. This is from me, you said?
No, it's from your attorney.
Oh, I thought you had mentioned it was from me.
Again, for the board, that's in Exhibit 4. You'll find it with the photographs.
We've got that. Thank you, Counsel.
Where does it say that it wasn't abated? It doesn't say anything about being there. In the highlighted spot, we request that no fines be levied during the period after October 31st as condition was abated at that time. We request prior to levying the administrative citation, Code Compliance produce all overhead photos, blah, blah, blah. There's nowhere that says I was growing for 53 days.
It says it was abated on the 31st. You just read it yourself out loud.
It just says that no fines be levied after the 31st. It doesn't say.
Sir?
Yes?
Address your questions to the board, and then they'll have an
Oh,
opportunity
okay.
to respond.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you guys, it doesn't
Thank you.
say, it just says, no problem.
All right.
That the fines be levied during the period after October 31st. It doesn't say that means I was growing there. All right? And not only that, I'd just like to tell you, sorry, not one time did anybody from the county come to my property, tell me this, or come and look at my property. This is, all this stuff, this fine is from a plane that flew thousands of feet overhead. Nobody even came and looked at what they were talking about. I mean, this is the problem with your system here. So I'm sitting here with this huge fine, and you guys are basing off of an airplane. And these people are saying that I was growing all these, it doesn't even say that. This is nonsense, right? I mean, what do you think about it? That's it, yeah.
That's it. Would you like to respond, sir?
Yeah, I would. There's only a few findings that are required here. One, he was denied his application. Two, that he continued to cultivate after his application was denied. Three, the date at which he eventually abated. During the entire course of the cultivation period after the notice of violation in order to abate, he accrued fines of $1,000 per day. We received a letter from his attorney providing us with adequate evidence of abatement, indicating that abatement occurred on October 31st. The issue is that Sabrina's office made a finding that a nuisance was occurring, that the appeal of that determination went to the hearing board. They upheld it. No evidence was offered and no statements were made which controverted that finding. And no evidence to date has been provided to controvert that finding. All we have before us is a letter indicating that abatement occurred on October 31st, which is actually 63 days after the notice of violation, but he was provided 10 days to come into compliance. And he provided adequate evidence only on, I believe it was November 8th, that he had abated on October 31st.
Okay. Thank you, sir. This time we'll have any members of the public like to make a presentation. You'll be limited to 5 minutes per person. There'll be public comment.
Bill McManus. I just have a question. It keeps coming up with a lot of the issues, either at the Planning Commission or here at the Board of Supervisors, of the vocabulary that's used in some of these cases. When we talk about abatement, could someone explain the difference between abatement and maybe an accelerated or premature harvest? So that if a notice or citation was issued on an offending crop, are they allowed to harvest it, whether it's ready to go completely or not, and take that with them? And is that different than what abatement might be, where you may tell them you need to cut it down, or whether they pull it up, whatever you do with it, and provide evidence to the county, whether it's code compliance or the sheriff's department or wherever, that these things are no longer growing in the ground. They are abated. They're gone. They are not in a trim house someplace being packaged up for shipment so that the crop is preserved and they get their money. So if someone could explain the difference between abatement and harvest, and if there's a relationship between the two, I'd appreciate it, because it applies in a lot of different things that come before the board. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comment? Mr. Turner?
Oh, you'd like me to address that?
Can you address that issue?
Sure. I mean, in this particular case, I'm sure that abatement and harvest were synonymous. I mean, it was October 31st, which is the end of the season. So he probably pulled his plants and then took pictures of his empty bins and provided us with that evidence. And as far as code compliance is concerned, regardless of why he cut those plants down, the nuisance no longer existed.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Hello, my name is Lawrence Frangel, and to you guys, it doesn't make sense if nobody physically came out there and saw the plants themselves. How can they say that he did not pull them or not pull them prior to the dates, whatever you guys are saying? It doesn't. And then what he said, they could just show them pictures of empty bins. Well, if nobody physically saw anything, it's just hearsay, and he's being fined on hearsay. Unless I'm totally out of line, it just does not make sense if nobody physically came out to see what he's being fined for. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Turner, was this information provided to the appeals board?
We presented our side of the case, but the appellant did not appear at the hearing.
Okay.
And nor did they ask for a continuance. They just didn't show up.
Okay. Thank you. Any further public comment? Seeing none? Hi.
Dina Morris. I support the planning department's position to enforce the fines. They have evidence from an attorney that said when the cultivation was terminated or abated, and he doesn't show up for the prior hearing. It's pretty obvious to me that he probably went ahead and harvested his crop. Thank you.
I have a question for the appellant. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to reserve that question this time. At this time, we can have a summation and rebuttal by the appellant. You have 15 minutes for each appellant. You have 15 minutes for any rebuttal, sir?
Well, I mean, I'd just like to say that we all know here the process is messed up, right? This guy's saying things that aren't even true on my paper. It doesn't say anything about that I was cultivating until that date, the way it's worded, actually. And like I said, and like he said, no one has come to my property to inspect this property. I'm a general contractor. When I get a permit to do a building, the city doesn't close me down before they come and look at the job. I mean, that doesn't make sense, right? They got to inspect. They got to see with their own eyes. You can't give someone some $50,000 fine and never even see a problem. Some plane flies over 14,000 feet ahead, up above, and you're trying to give me a fine for it? I mean, that's crazy. I mean, that's not going to work. You know, and you guys know it. You know?
That's submitted, sir?
Well, I provided the council with evidence that I was in full compliance.
In other words,
and you guys wouldn't accept the evidence.
Okay.
And that was all gone through. And even one of your members said, I can't believe you're letting this guy appeal. He pays the money, has a lawyer, appeals the decision. He brings the evidence, and you don't even accept the evidence. So there really is no appeals process. This was all videoed. It was all, you know, you were there. So it's not fair, right? You guys aren't being fair, and that's a problem. So, you know, you got two ways of either, like they said, banning it or not, but I think you got a big problem on your hands, and the best way is going to be to try to cooperate with the people and make things work in the community, right? Because everybody's going to be here, you know? So we all want to work together with you guys. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Staff summation and rebuttal?
I'll just clarify what actually occurred so that perhaps the appellant can understand what happened. I mean, with regardless of what happened at the planning director's determination or at the planning commission and then at the board appeal, the time he could have appealed the decision of the board to uphold the planning commission's denial of his appeal to the Superior Court. The statute is run on that. The only issue now before the board is whether or not he grew after the planning director denied his application. The notice of violation was issued on the presumption that he was. He was offered 10 days to provide evidence that he had abated. He did not provide that evidence. We determined that a nuisance was occurring, and he did not come up with any evidence that it wasn't. And then he failed to appear at his appeal. So it's a due process issue. At every stage, he could have rebutted our findings, but he did not.
I'd like to add to that the applicants signed under penalty of perjury that they were cultivating prior to May 10th of 2016. There's our assumption.
Submitted?
Submit.
Yep. Any rebuttal by the members of the public? One opportunity for the members of the public to rebut any information presented. Seeing none, we'll proceed. Any board questions? Any questions of the board members, of the appellant, or staff? Yes, Chair, I have some questions for the appellant. I believe Supervisor Garamendi beats to the punch.
Go ahead.
Go for it. I'm getting out of line of fire. Okay. In our exhibit number 4, Mr. Dickinson, that is from your attorney. Are you currently represented by counsel?
Yes, I am represented by him.
And he is not present with you
No,
today?
he's not.
Okay. This letter is dated December 6th.
Uh-huh.
Do you feel that it's important that when a notice of violation is issued, that you do everything within your power to mitigate that and to notify the agency that...
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was never actually told that I was in violation or given anything by anybody from the county in person. Nobody ever came to my property and said, look, you're in violation. Just like if my other house, right? They come and say, oh, you got a bunch of garbage in front of your yard. Here's a violation. If you don't do this, you're fined. See you later. And they go back to their office, right? But you guys didn't even go to my property. You flew over in a plane, like I keep saying, and you guys sent me this violation, right? I mean, that's what you're saying. But no one actually came to me and said, here's the violation. I don't even know the fine amount to this date. The planning or code enforcement never sent me a fine in the mail. Nothing. To this date. They're sitting here, they know the amount. I don't even know the amount. It's a true story.
So do you feel that it is important that
To abate, yes.
No, my question is this. Do you feel it's important that you have to provide you have a burden of proof to provide the information that is being requested of you to indicate that
Well,
you
yeah,
are not?
I do. And I would have if I was aware of that.
Let me finish. That you are not in compliance at the time, as they had said, your application was denied. At that point, you are not in compliance. It is your responsibility. You understand that the burden of proof is upon you to show compliance, not them to require you to show that, but that's already stated.
Well, when I was denied, right, I was given a letter saying I was denied for whatever reasons, and I appealed it and everything. I was never given, like I said, any type of thing saying I was going to be fined or anything else. The planning department even said that the process will go smooth through the appeals and stuff. After the appeals, that's when things can happen. So that's when you'll have to abate. That's what they said. I even talked after the meeting here. I talked to the planning department when we walked out with my lawyer. She said, yeah, everything's good. Just get rid of it. And then now I'm getting this fine. And like I said, no one has ever handed me anything in my hand. I have never signed a piece of paper. No one said they're going to fine me. No one came to my property. This is crazy. No one even stepped foot on my property. So, I don't know what to say.
Question's been answered. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Garamendi, you had a question?
What is the fine total?
It is $53,000. And I informed his lawyer that after he provided proof of abatement. I mean, I've talked to his lawyer dozens of times because we have other matters related to other clients, and the fact that he wasn't made aware of the fine is between him and his attorney. I did so in writing.
Well, I knew there was a fine. I mean, the amount right now.
Sir.
Oh, sorry. I forgot about that.
Staff?
I know, yeah. Not used to the whole.
Does that answer your question, Supervisor Garamendi?
Thank you.
Supervisor Tofinelli, do you have your light on? You wish to comment?
Well, I just had a couple questions on the pictures on Exhibit 4. These pictures were provided by you and his attorney, attached to the letter of his attorney. And my question is, it still looks like, I mean, the plants may be gone, but it still looks like it's set up to start growing again. Is that part of the code removal, to remove all of this stuff, or just the plants themselves?
Unfortunately, we don't have the luxury to worry about if they remove their pots. We have been so burdened that seeing that the plants are gone are adequate for us at this time.
And additionally, who's to say he's not going to grow tomatoes in that?
It's his
Yeah.
property.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further questions from the board? I have a question.
Sure.
Sir, I noticed on your application, what's your address, your mailing address on your application?
I wouldn't like to state that. I mean, it should be right there.
Give me a moment, please.
Yeah, no problem.
Does the address of 692 Marshall Avenue, Suite A, ring a bell?
No, not at all. I don't know what city that's in or where it is.
Does the address of 154 Gold Leaf Court ring a bell?
Nope, I have never heard that before.
What address of record do you have for the appellant staff?
4207
I'm sorry, what?
I'm sorry, for his mailing address or the site address? in
Well, we'll
question?
have both. The mailing address first, please.
4207 Mirador Farms?
That address?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And is that your mailing address, sir?
Yes, it is.
Okay. What's the physical address of the property that we're
I'm sorry, let me-
discussing?
2385 Wagner Road, Railroad Flat.
You normally receive mail at that mailing address, then?
At Railroad Flat? Which
No,
address?
Your first address we talked about.
Yes, I do. I said yes.
Okay. Is that your residence or business, sir?
A residence.
Okay. Was the appellant notified by a mail of citation and all correspondence, or was it sent to the attorney's office?
The initial citation was sent to his Mirador address,
Okay.
which was the mailing address he had on file with the planning department.
Which is the right address, yes.
That's
And-
correct?
And, and on his assessor roll as well, yes.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Are any further questions from the board? We'll close the appeals hearing. At this time, the board will deliberate regarding, and then we will seek a motion. Any deliberation by board members? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to uphold the ruling of the Planning Commission in this appeal. And that is to deny the appeal. It's my understanding. Anybody confused on that? We get those confused at times. Do I hear a motion?
I would so move.
Moved by Supervisor Mills. Any second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Garamendi. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed by saying no. Motion carries 5-0 unanimous. Madam Clerk.
Item 23 is from the Planning Department to adopt a resolution adopting the Atkins Calaveras County Floodplain Mapping Study and the U.S. Geological Survey LIDAR topographic mapping, and adopting the Cosgrove Creek Physical Map Revision and the countywide Letter of Map Revision LOMAR case number 16-09-3078P, and the FEMA Revised Flood Insurance Study, and adopting the base flood elevations as best available data.
Before we start, Mr. Maurer, I'm going to request that everybody be conscious about speaking into their microphones because of possible hearing impediment. No problem, sir. We'll try to make it as loud as we can, okay? All right, thank you.
The difficulty seems to be that the system doesn't have very much in the way of high frequencies. That's where my problem is.
Okay. We'll try to accommodate you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I understand there's a desire by some board members to have some additional public outreach on this. We are prepared to continue this. I would like to have it continue to a date certain so we don't have to re-notify. The cost of notification was fairly high because we notified every individual property owner affected by this. But if you have any questions, we're prepared to go through informational presentation today, but if you'd just like to have the whole thing continued and we can reach out and have some additional outreach to the public, we can do that. I'd like to have it continue to the next available meeting. We are on a timeline with FEMA to accomplish this in consistent with the MOU that we entered into with them. This actually will push us past the date, but it's just by a week or so, and I don't think it's going to be that critical from FEMA's perspective. But this is something we've been working on for, well, at least since 2011, I believe, but it was really in earnest for the past about 2.5 years. It took quite an effort to get FEMA to even agree to make the changes. We finally convinced them to do that, and we would like to get this done is to the benefit of the majority of the population of the county. But at this point in time, we're prepared to continue this to the next regular meeting, if that's your desire.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Maurer. County Council, CAO Lutz. This is listed as an action item on the agenda. can we even discuss this without taking action, or should it be best that we postpone this to the suggestion of Mr. Mauer to the next meeting?
It would be best to postpone, because otherwise you're...
Do we need a poll of the board?
Mike?
Yes, it would.
Okay.
It would be best if you continued all discussion to the further continued item, because otherwise you risk the taxpayers saying that you've gone off Brown Act.
I would agree with that. Seeing that, I would poll the board to continue this. Any objection to continue?
Mr. Chair?
I would ask that item 24 also.
Thank you.
Yes.
I
be included.
would think we can address that separately
You will need
for the
a-
same reasons.
You'll need a motion and a second and a vote for each to table them
Okay.
separately.
So we'll need a vote on both issues to table it. So
Yes.
actually to postpone it, not
Yeah.
to table it.
Are you postponing, or are you continuing the matter?
I think you wanted to continue. Is that, Mr. Mauer? Is
I
that
would
correct?
request it be continued to the next meeting, which would be the meeting of May 9th. In consideration of Mr. Bray, who traveled all the way from the Bay Area to address the board today, it's your decision, but you may want to hear his testimony today. Every member is present, so it would allow for him to make his presentation in consideration of his travels all the way from the Bay Area
Then
to address the board today.
If that's the case, I would just allow the gentleman to make his comments at public comment, which is continued at the end, because then it's completely severed from this. You understand? In other words, he's making his comments.
During the public comment time that we're going to have after
Yes.
after the regular
Yes.
agenda.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
so
that's
I
quite
don't-
fair to Mr. Bray, because he had the opportunity the first time. Okay, tell you what, let's, Mr. Bray, I'm going to give you the opportunity during public comment, but we're going to actually take a poll of the board to continue this event till next meeting, so we can give the public a chance to speak to this. But you're going to get the opportunity to speak during public comment after the completion of the agenda. Is that agreeable with you? I understand. You'll have that opportunity, but with 3 minutes, and that's the problem.
I think it should be more than 3 minutes. That's my opinion.
Let me consider that. I don't know if I can do that legally, but I'm going to see if I can do that.
He can do 3, and she can do 3. That's 6.
That's 6. Would that work? Anybody else want to volunteer? Okay, folks. We're going to take a brief moment here. Mike?
We had a sidebar. If the gentleman is allowed to speak now, then his testimony would come in, and then you would make the motion to continue. Okay? That's our compromise. That way, his testimony gets in, you then continue the item, you go to the next item, you continue that one.
Okay.
Easiest way to do it.
I'm going to, that would be a very good way to handle that. Mr. Bray, you're going to get the opportunity right now to speak.
As you can probably gather, I am not a happy camper, but I will try to present the facts as I see them, and I hope you will listen, because it's important that we get this thing resolved. As far as this Loma resolution is concerned, the agenda item is, number one, is misleading. It calls for, it references a county-wide letter of map revision. There is no county-wide letter of map revision. 6 parcels in the high country have been excluded. The proposal to adopt resolution item 23 should include reference to plans to resolve inaccurate FEMA flood maps in panel number 06009 C0175E, which includes Tamarack. The report which I have here, which I can give you now, or I can hold until the public comments meeting, whichever you prefer, details what is going on at Tamarack as far as the flood maps and floodplains or whatever documentation there has been on that area. Would you prefer to have it now or later?
Mr. Bray, if you'd like to present it now, I'll give you that option, because after hearing your testimony, the board will vote whether or not to continue this. And then at that time, you can present it if the continued vote is favorable.
It's better you have it now then, because it's
sir.
part of the overall problem, it's part of the overall discussions. How many copies do you need? 6? 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I believe there's 8 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8. Okay. This one doesn't have the color. Okay, let me focus back on the item 23. As I said, the agenda item is misleading because of the reference to county-wide. And the proposal to adopt Resolution 23 should include reference to plans to resolve this Tamarack problem. And you've got the report now. So that should make it easier for a LOMA to be filed, L-O-M-R, not L-O-M-A. There's some confusion there. And note that only the county can file a letter of map revision. Individual property owners cannot do that. As that panel number indicates, which includes the Tamarack area.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Oh,
you have 30 seconds left.
Yeah, this is crazy. Neither the Atkins nor LIDAR information is available. You would see in my report that there are plenty of other sources of information which are available, and they should be used in support of maybe a new LOMA for the Tamarack area, independently of the so-called county-wide LOMA. There's a term in the LOMA which talks about best available data.
Mr. Bray, your time has expired, your 3 minutes.
Can I continue this in the...
You will have 3 minutes in the public comment at the end of our agenda. But keep in mind that you'll have an opportunity also if the vote of the board is favorable to continue this issue. Okay?
In a future meeting, is that correct?
I'm sorry, what?
That would be in a future meeting.
It'll be in a future meeting as soon as we can schedule it. Well, sure, she could if she. Mr. Bray, if you'd like to have your accomplice there, that's probably a bad word, huh? If you could have her speak for 3 minutes, we'd entertain that.
I'm sorry, I'm just not catching.
If you'd like the person that's with you to address 3 minutes, we'll give you another 3 minutes, but she has to speak.
Well, she doesn't have all the information.
That's what I was afraid.
That's the difficulty factor.
Okay, so basically what we can do
I've got a very, very clear picture of what
I understand,
is going
Mr.
on
Bray.
here,
I understand.
and I am not happy about it.
I understand. But we need to make sure that you have the opportunity. And I think right now, should the board vote to continue this, then you'll have that opportunity. And at that time, I would have you request for an extended period of time, maybe a 5-minute period at that future meeting.
Let's continue.
I'm sorry, what?
let's continue it. No, sorry, you said if the board should wish to continue?
The board has to vote on it.
Oh, I have to vote on it.
Yeah, and it'll be continued to another meeting held approximately in 2 weeks.
Okay?
Okay?
Another meeting.
Yes, Supervisor Platt.
He has 3 minutes. Can we let him have the 3 minutes now since he has traveled back to the Bay Area?
County Council? Could he have his 3 minutes of public speaking now? I don't think we have to declare a public speaking.
Sure.
Thanks. Mike? Okay,
Yes,
we can do that
for economies of scale.
You have a friend in the County Council's office, Mr. Bray. You can use 3 minutes now of your public speaking.
Okay, I think it's important.
Kind of a unique situation. We're trying to accommodate you.
I think your 3-minute limit is kind of ridiculous on complicated
Well,
situations.
don't waste your 3 minutes,
Quite
sir.
honestly. Anyway, the best available data has been used by FEMA for a long time. As far as the Tamarack situation is concerned, the best available data is what I provided to you in that report. There is no Atkins data. There is no LiDAR data. So there is no data that is there except for what I'm providing in that report. So that should be the best available data and should be used in establishing a new LOMA. There's one other thing. I don't know if you remember the previous memorandum of understanding, but it's in there. There was a statement that said FEMA is in the process of evaluating the data for Mr. Derek Bray's property to understand different potential map change options. What are the results of that? I have heard nothing regarding that. The only other thing I'm going to say is that unless this LOMA situation, LOMR, map precision, is taken into consideration seriously by the county, then it's going to have significant impact on Tamarack properties in terms of revenue for the county. And that means real estate taxes, transient occupancy taxes, and are attracting visitors to this county. The future of Tamarack depends on having clear maps about the flood situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bray. Okay, we're going to bifurcate and go back to the board for the issue of the continuance of this agenda item. And we'd like to incorporate item number 23. So we need a vote on each item. Is that correct? Okay.
I would vote on them separately.
Okay. Regarding item number 22, is there any? 23, I'm sorry. Is there any public comment on that before the board considers a continuance of this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
I would move to postpone.
I would second.
Moved by Supervisor Mills, second by Supervisor Tofinelli, to postpone or continue.
Continue.
Then we need to amend the motion then.
To what date?
I would then move to continue to the next full board meeting, which would be May the 9th.
The amended motion is on.
I would second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. Any public comment? Bring it back for the board. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0, unanimous to continue to the May 9th. May 9th, Mr. Bray, okay? And we'll try to accommodate you then. Thank you for coming all the way from the Bay Area. Now, we'll move, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
Item 24 is from Planning to introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance amending 2 sections of Chapter 15.6 Flood Damage Prevention of the Calaveras County Code to adopt base flood elevations determined from the Atkins study and to remove references to the Community Development Agency and Director of Community Development, replacing with references to the Planning Department and Planning Director as the FEMA Floodplain Administrator. Authorize staff to publish a summary of the ordinance before the second reading as required by law.
Mr. Mauer.
Since these two items are linked, we recommend that this be continued also.
Okay. Any public comment? Seeing no public comment? Any question, comment by the board? By staff? I would entertain a motion to continue this to May 9th, I believe.
Yes, the motion will be to continue to May 9th meeting.
Supervisor Mills moved, seconded by Supervisor Tofinelli. No public comment. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0 unanimous. Madam Clerk.
Item 25 is from the Planning Department to adopt an ordinance amending the zoning of real property in Calaveras County from U, unclassified, to PS, public service, for McCullum Hill Fire Protection District.
We're going to take a minute or two to get your presentation up and running.
Please turn your mic on, Scott.
There you go.
It'll just take me 2 seconds here.
All right, we're at 5 seconds now.
There's the projector warming up here. Oh, okay. So I have a single presentation for both this item and the next item. Is that all right? Things how they're connected. McCullum Hill Fire Protection District has determined that residents of the county will be better served if a new fire station is constructed in Paloma, and have proposed to construct a fire station with associated improvements on the parcel we will be discussing. Fire protection facilities are only allowed in the public service zone and with a conditional use permit. The parcel in question is currently zoned unclassified and has a general plan land use designation of natural resource lands, timberlands, and mineral resource area 2A. So in order for this fire station to be constructed, a zoning amendment needs to occur. And after that has been approved, then the conditional use permit is to be approved as well. The location of the fire station is 6219 Main Street in Paloma, highlighted there in red. Here's the aerial view of the parcel. As I said before, facilities are permitted only in public service zone with conditional use permit. That's currently zoning classified, and we need to approve the zoning amendment prior to the conditional use permit. For the zoning amendment, it's currently zoning classified, which is meant to be an interim zone until a more precise zoning district can be applied. Any use permit applied for in a unclassified zone has to be accompanied with a zoning amendment. Public service, the zone that they are requesting, are to be used for public purposes, including public utilities, public agencies. The public service zoning is consistent with all land use designations in the general plan. This parcel is located within the Paloma Community Center. It is mentioned specifically in the general plan that community centers are intended to provide the availability of fire protection services. Here is the site plan for the project, and I've kind of thrown it over the aerial view here so you can see better how it will fit in with the current parcel, how it appears today. The conditional use permit to allow for the construction of the fire station requires it to comply with performance standards outlined in the zoning code Chapter 17.48.060, which regulates parking, landscaping, lighting, and noise. Those requirement for parking is fairly ambiguous. It says, per approved development plan with a minimum of 2 parking spaces. They propose 11 parking spaces, which staff has deemed adequate for the proposed use. For landscaping, landscaping has to equal 5% of the area disturbed by buildings and parking. And it's approximately 7,000 square feet of disturbance as outlined in the provided site plan, which would require 350 square feet of landscaping. The originally submitted site plan has a landscaped area here in the bottom corner of approximately 400 square feet, includes trees and rose bushes, which would exceed the required amount. For lighting, it is part of the conditions of approval that all lighting shall be shielded and directed in such a manner that it won't shine into adjacent parcels, and that will allow it to comply with performance standards. And as far as noise is concerned, County Code Title 9.02.060 exempts all emergency sirens, personnel, and equipment from noise limitations due to, by their nature, they have to be loud and alert people of their presence, and that's why they're excluded. As far as access to the parcel is concerned, we'll have an encroachment onto Main Street in Paloma. It has been reviewed and conditioned by Public Works. Both CUPD and CUP Water is their water purveyor. They have on-site septic. Both CUPD and on-site wastewater have no objections to this project. We have done a CEQA initial study and determined that it will not have a negative effect, will not have a negative effect on the environment. No comment letters were received during the public review period. As a result, I recommend that you adopt the ordinance to amend the zoning and adopt a resolution to approve the conditional use permit.
And since those are 2 separate items, there would be 2 separate motions to do that.
Understandable, Mr. Mauer. Mr. Mauer, who brings this request? Is it the Moke Hill Fire Department District or?
Yes, it's McCallum Hill Fire Protection District.
Okay. Any public comment?
Good morning, Chair, honorable board members. I'm Mike DeLordo. I'm a recycled fire chief now for the McCallum Hill Fire Protection District. A number of years ago, the fire district with the lowest income in the county, the McCallum Hill Fire Protection District, embarked and asked their constituents to put a $75 a year parcel tax or building tax. They did. One of the commitments that board made was that they would try to create a presence in Paloma. Paloma is served by McCallum Hill. We end up, our volunteers can get there within about 7 minutes. That puts us about 7 minutes ahead of everybody else that would come. So when LAFCO tells you that we need to consolidate and consolidate, you can recognize that all you're doing is reducing services to your people. But we're hopeful by putting a station there that we'll be able to get some local people, which will improve the turnout or the golden minutes down to 7 from the 7 more. So the Fire Protection District requests you to approve this, and we will move forward, and we will probably, the design you saw there will change a little bit. It was kind of quickly drawn, but it should be a very nice station. It should end up being a very good service area or a service for the people of Paloma to use as a community center occasionally also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further public comment? I'll bring it back to the board for comment or questions. Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Susie, for coming as well today, representing your board. And Mike, thank you so much as well. This is at least 2 supervisors preceded me in this whole process, and we thank the Fire Protection District for bringing this thing all the way through. Thank you very much. I think it's a big plus for the citizens of Paloma. Milk Hill's been great, but it is a little bit far, and this hopefully will help us engage more volunteers in our community as well with you guys there. And so I want to thank your board very much for bringing this forward and the service of your firefighters.
Thank you. Supervisor Garamendi? Any further comment by the board? Supervisor Platt?
How are you doing, Mike? You forgot to tell everybody you used to be a supervisor up here.
I'll recycle almost everything.
Nice seeing you, Mike.
Okay. Any further comment? Any further comment by staff? Public comment? We've already had that. I'll bring it back and entertain a motion for item number 25. Thank you.
I'd like to make that motion.
Supervisor.
I'd like to second it.
Supervisor Clapp moves, seconded by Supervisor Garamendi. No further public comment. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0 unanimous. Madam Clerk.
Item 26 is from the Planning Department to adopt a resolution approving the conditional use permit 2016-017 for McCullum Hill Fire Protection District.
Any further comment, Mr. Mauer or staff?
No, we haven't.
I'm sorry, sir. I don't know who you are.
This is Scott Spiro. My new
Oh, Scott. However, I've seen your name. Thank you. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
We have no further comment. We presented this item with the previous one.
Okay.
Recommend approval.
Any questions by the board? Public comment? Any public comment on this issue? Having heard none, I'll bring it back to the board and entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Garamendi.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Clapp. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing no no's, this motion carries unanimously, 5-0. Madam Clerk, before we proceed, yeah, and don't forget, we get an invite for the first Firehouse Chili gathering. Take care. Is there parties present for the next item, item 27, the public hearing? Okay. Madam Clerk, staff, I would indicate, is this going to take more than 40 minutes, 50 minutes? I'm debating whether or not to take a lunch break.
You know, Chair, we're experiencing some difficulty with our projection of the overhead on the video, so if we did take the lunch break now, that would give IT staff time to address that issue.
Excellent. Then we'll take a break. We'll return at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Sorry about that, gentlemen. Technology is not what it proves to be. Yeah. I was trying. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming back. We're back in session.
Do you have an
Clerk.
announcement?
Yes, I do have an announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be having a little housekeeping and some rule changing here. From effective immediately, even during breaks, this area known as the well, which is the diocese, and also where that front border is, where the podium is, it's kind of going to be a restricted area. Only staff will be allowed in that during breaks. If you want to speak to any supervisor, the supervisor will come down and speak to you in the audience. There's several reasons for that. Number one is we have some very sensitive cords here, and we've had some technical difficulties, and it's kind of a problem that we're trying to correct. Also, there's also information that is confidential, so in lieu of that, we need to keep an area safe and make sure it's secure as far as information. So, once again, even during breaks, no member of the gallery or public will be allowed beyond that point, except staff where they're seated now.
Does that also include before and after the meetings?
That is before and after the meeting.
Thank you.
Supervisors, you're aware of this? I know you weren't aware of it until just now. I believe that's it, Madam Clerk.
Item 27 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's denial of 2016-1123 appeal of the Planning Director's denial of commercial cannabis registration 2016-106 filed by Peter Calaveras for Rafael Calderon and Mountain Farms Incorporated at 833 State Route 49, San Andreas, T4N R12E, Section 20, APN 044-006-028.
Good afternoon, Peter Maurer for the Planning Department. With me is Ethan Turner from County Council.
Okay, Mr. Maurer, can I interrupt you? Is there any representation from the appellant?
Good afternoon, all. My name's Adrian Lambie with the law firm Archer Norris. I'm here on behalf of the appellant.
I'll be recusing myself on this hearing and stuff. So I won't be on this. I recused myself earlier at the closed session, too.
And is this excusing for personal reasons?
Yes.
Okay. Is the appellant here?
My client's here.
I'm also Peter Calaveras, appearing for and with the appellant. With the president.
And the appellant?
Ralph Calderon with Mountain Farms.
Okay, sir. Gentlemen, we're going to be having a hearing, so we'll open the hearing now.
Thank you. So as stated by the clerk, this is an appeal of the Planning Commission's action to deny the appeal filed on the Planning Director's action, denied cannabis cultivation registration number 2016-106. As stated, it's located at the old airport, 833 State Route 49, south of San Andreas. The zoning is M1 light industrial. The arrow points to the structure in which the cultivation activity was located. Again, this is part of the old airport property. This is the site plan that was submitted with the application. It shows the building and the parcel in which it is located. And this is the site plan that was submitted. As you can see, it's broken into three different sections. There's units A, B, and C. We'll get into the details of these units later as we discuss the issues associated with the appeal. Just as a background, chronology, application was filed by Mr. Calderon for Mountain Farms on June 8, 2016 for 10,000 square feet of indoor cultivation. It was denied by the Planning Director on November 1st, 2016 after an inspection was made by different agencies within the county on October 27th. That action was appealed by Matt Clark, at the time representing the appellant or the applicant, on November 14th, and a hearing was heard by the Planning Commission on December 22nd. The Planning Commission denied the appeal, upholding the Planning Director's denial of the cannabis registration, and that action was appealed by Mr. Calaveras on behalf of Mr. Calderon and Mountain Farms on January 5th. We've had two previous requests for continuance, which is why it's taken so long to get to this point. We agreed to that continuance, and we're now at the hearing for today. The reasons the Planning Department, the Planning Director denied the application was that there was inadequate evidence of cultivation on the site or preparation for 10,000 square feet of indoor cultivation. We also identified a number of code violations and violations of law, and felt that there was false and misleading information that was presented in the application, in that the lease that was provided did not provide lawful possession of the full premises prior to May 10th, 2016. The Commission upheld that action, finding that there was inadequate evidence of cultivation prior to May 10th, that there was no valid lease showing lawful possession of the property prior to May 10th, and because of the violations of county code and other laws. Go into a little more detail on that. 1795-165N3 requires evidence satisfactory to the planning director of demonstrable steps toward developing cultivation site by providing photos of earth moving or grading or photos of cultivation. And both or either must be commensurate with the area proposed to be cultivated. The actual quote of the ordinance is in the staff report. I'm sort of summarizing here. We had a number of photos that were submitted. They were dated April 27th through May 6th of 2016. And just to go through these so you have the full ability to see what those are. I'm going to turn the lights down for a minute so we can see better. So these were the photos that were submitted as a part of the application. This shows some plastic sheeting being hung inside the building, some remodeling being done within the structure, rolls of carpet being removed, more remodeling being done, and several pictures outside the building. The last photo was submitted at the Planning Commission hearing, shows more rolls of carpeting being moved. This was dated August 12, 2015. This was the extent of the photographic evidence that was provided to the county with the application and provided to the Planning Commission at their hearing. So the Commission found, based on this finding, that there was no grading or earth moving, or grading and earth moving didn't apply to indoor cultivation, because obviously you don't need a grade to do that unless you're constructing a new building. And the photo evidence showed that there was no cultivation commensurate with 10,000 square feet. And the appellant actually admitted in the hearing that he was not cultivating at that time, so there could not have been photos of cultivation. So the Commission found, based on that they did not meet the requirements of 165N3 to satisfy the code requirements. The appeal claimed that the statute is discriminatory against indoor cultivators. This was not raised at the Planning Commission hearing and therefore is really inadmissible at this hearing, but we just wanted to bring it up because it was in the letter. The code on appeal states that no new issues may be raised that were not raised at the previous hearing. And so this is really immaterial, but the idea that there was some type of protected class of indoor cultivators are, somehow, should be treated exactly the same as outdoor cultivators is not really relevant. Indoor and outdoor cultivation is different. They have different impacts on the environment, and it's rational to treat them differently. The code is very clear. Photos of grading or earth moving or photos of cultivation. And so that's what the Planning Commission based their finding on. The appeal also raised the issue that they had made a substantial effort to prepare the site for cultivation. It was the intent of the ordinance when the board adopted on May 10th to freeze cultivation activity, what was there on May 10th. And while there was some preparation for cultivation occurring on the site, it was not commensurate with 10,000 square feet. They only had access to 8,000 square feet at the time. The site was still being used by other tenants in units A and B, and clearly the photos did not show 10,000 square feet worth of preparation for cultivation. The appellant stated it was his intent to expand at a later date, which is clearly in opposition to what the board's intent was, to freeze cultivation activity on May 10th. The second issue was regarding the lease. And 165N2 requires a recorded deed or signed and dated lease demonstrating lawful possession of parcel to be registered prior to May 10, 2016. There was a lease that was signed on May 1st. It provided immediate possession only of Unit C, which consists of 8,000 square feet. Tenants were still occupying, at least until July, of Units A and B. In fact, there's a gymnastics studio that was there. People locally probably remember it. And so it's not possible that the operator of the cannabis cultivation site could have access to those other two units and able to cultivate and prepare for cultivation 10,000 square feet. The Planning Commission found that there was no valid lease for the full area that was being used. Again, Unit C could only accommodate the 8,000 square feet. The lease agreement states that no exclusive possession of Units A and B until August 1st of 2016. And again, other tenants were continued to operate, and that should have been 2016. But then there were cultivation activities going on after that date. So obviously there was expansion of cultivation into an area that was not previously authorized under the urgency ordinance. In the appeal letter, they state that there was a lease that predated May 10th that provided access to all three units. But again, the lease only provided exclusive access to Unit C. The lease was graduated to allow expansion to the Units A and B after August 1st. This is contradictory to the intent of the ordinance, and A and B were occupied by other tenants. So the fact that they had a lease did not satisfy the requirement that the lease provided access to and possession of the full area to be used for cultivation. Again, as they stated, the plan was to build out the premises over time, and they argued that the code anticipated that there would be future expansion. Under 165A2, it talks about canopy area that is or will be on the cultivation site. It is true that the ordinance allows for future cultivation where someone had prepared the site, particularly outdoor cultivation where they graded. If it had been previously graded, then they could continue pursuing the cultivation operation. But if they had not prepared the site and didn't have access to the site, that did not give carte blanche okay to continue to expand the operation. And this is what happened here. So the site was not prepared, and so the fact that we did allow for cultivation to occur after May 10th, but only if they prepared the site, only if they met all the other requirements of the code. And clearly this activity did not. The third finding that the Planning Commission made was that there were violations of county code and other law. Sections 165E, F, and H require cultivation activities be conducted to ensure the health and safety of employees and in compliance with federal, state, and local laws. Subsection 170A provides for invalidation of registration for failure to comply with Chapter 1795, violations of other laws, or registration containing false or misleading information. Planning Commission found that there were a number of code violations that were identified on October 27th. These were deemed to be dangerous, and the structure was unfit for human occupancy. It is, well, let me get into that later. Further violations were identified as undocumented workers working on the site, sleeping or camping in the structure. There was a number of unpermitted electrical work, generators, and other code violations. The appeals claimed that there were other instances where the county had allowed people to repair and correct violations. This is true. We have allowed, in some instances, the code compliance team said, well, this is not in compliance. You have a certain amount of time to fix that. In some cases, the citations are minor in nature and can be repaired, can be corrected. In other instances, they're not. They are hazardous. This was deemed to be hazardous enough that it required immediate closure of the building. It was sealed off to prevent any access. And so there is no requirement that we provide a citation before a closure order is issued. There were hazardous conditions. There were undocumented workers in sublease space. These were violations that were occurring, and there was no need to provide some opportunity for the appellate to correct those. So in summary, the Planning Commission denied the appeal on December 22nd based on the findings that there was no cultivation or grading prior to May 10th. There was no lease providing possession
of the site necessary to cultivate 10,000 square feet prior to May 10th, and there were violations of county codes and other laws. Staff therefore recommends that you deny the appeal, upholding the Planning Commission's decision to deny the appeal of the Planning Director denial of 2016-106. Do you have any questions?
Any questions by the board?
I have a couple of follow-up points. The first being that, as Peter alluded to, Section 17.98.070B of our county code precludes the appellant from bringing forth legal issues and arguments that were not brought forth at the Planning Commission. In the appeal letter, there's 3 such issues. The first is on page 3, which is 432 of your board packet. Mr. Calaveras argues that the ordinance is discriminatory as applied and unconstitutional. That legal theory was not brought up at the Planning Commission and should not be heard here today. The second is on page 7 of the appeal letter, which is 436 of your packet, that similarly situated applicants were allowed to reduce cultivation area, and that argument should not be brought up here today because it was not raised at the Planning Commission level. The third is on page 8, 437 of your packet, the argument that other similarly situated applicants were allowed to make post-inspection corrections of their sites. That too was not brought up at the Planning Commission. I also wanted to hammer in a couple of points that Peter made. For those of you who attend these hearings regularly, you'll notice that Commissioner Wooster has a way of distilling the issues and bringing it all together at the end of a hearing. And I'm actually going to read a quote from him that he said at this hearing. There are 2 separate requirements here in the ordinance, 17.95.165N, 2 and 3. 2 requires a signed and dated lease demonstrating the registrant's lawful possession of the parcel to be registered prior to May 10, 2016, and his or her current lawful possession of that parcel, end quote. The parcel to be registered was the entire building at 20,000 square feet. That's clear on the record, Wooster said. It is also clear to me, he continued, the lease does not grant lawful possession to the entire building prior to May 10. It just doesn't on its face. The fact that there were other tenants there reinforces that. So I think the appeal should be denied based on that. With respect to demonstrable steps, the demonstrable steps provision is in section 3. The ordinance says demonstrable steps towards the development of a commercial medical cannabis site on the parcel. And that's where people who want you to have a forward-looking interpretation of the code stop. But Wooster pointed out that it goes on, as demonstrated by the criteria described in either A or B below. It's very clear. It has to be either grading, which is not applicable here, unless you're building a new building or a greenhouse, which it might be, or photographic evidence of cultivation commensurate with the area to be cultivated. Cultivation means plants. It doesn't mean anything else. It doesn't mean rolling up rugs. And the argument that it would have been illegal, well, of course it would have been illegal. All of these were illegal. Outdoor, indoor, all of them. But the urgency ordinance gave them a pass on that. The intent was to stop it where it was. As to the violations, I can't add anything to what the planning director or the sheriff said. And what Wooster was responding to when he made that comment was the fact that it was raised during the hearing that it was illegal to grow cannabis prior to May 10th, so how could they have had cultivation in place prior to May 10th? And Wooster pointed out, yeah, it was illegal, but when they drafted the urgency ordinance, the purpose was to stop it in its tracks, not to expand cultivation. And here, the applicant admitted that there was no cultivation at all prior to May 10th, in any of the buildings, and there was none in A or B prior to August 1st. And so he kind of dealt with the first 2 issues that the Planning Commission dealt with. One, the lease issue, and then the commensurate cultivation activity. And Ted Allard, Commissioner Allard, chimed in afterwards and said there were clearly illegal things going on there that the applicant in this case should have known about, and I don't think he can say he didn't know about them with any credibility. And as to the illegal things that Commissioner Allard was talking about, I mentioned during that hearing that I personally went in that building before there were arrests made while environmental health was doing their inspections, code was doing their inspections, and the fire chief was doing his inspections. Peter actually went into. And right inside Building A, there is a diesel generator between two orchard fans. All this was brought up in the Planning Commission hearing. And workers inside that same building where the generator was running, trimming marijuana. And there was mattresses on the floor. It was obvious they were sleeping there. And if you refer to the fire chief's report, which was presented to the Planning Commission and is on page 685 of your packet, there is substantial fire hazards there, including extension cords laying over combustible material, open fuel canisters, and then the generators running inside. That's all in the fire chief's report that was given to the Planning Commission. And he also noted that the fire exits were blocked by an interior wall, and by one door was bolted. These were all fixed subsequently, but to have those workers in there in those conditions, I mean, is a wanton disregard for their safety. And in the last hearing, the appellant made light of it, saying that they weren't very serious issues, and that, I don't know what to make of that. But he also said that those weren't his workers who were arrested. He didn't have any employees there. He said there was one guy who helped him, that he didn't know why any of the undocumented workers were there, and that he had not sublet the building. It also came up in the hearing that an individual had contacted the sheriff saying that he had sublet the building, or that he was using the building as under Mr. Calderon's authorization. That all came up during the Planning Commission hearing. And we still don't know who those people were, why there were undocumented workers and unwork authorized people in there. He just didn't answer any of that during the Planning Commission hearing. And that concludes my
Sir?
Thank you to Mr. Turner and to the director for that thorough presentation. Gentlemen will note that there is a couple things conspicuously missing from the chronology that was just presented to you. The first is that on January 20th, my co-counsel, Mr. Calaveras, submitted a written request for discovery in connection with the pending appeal to the county, outlining 24 categories of documents that were requested in connection with the appeal. On April 12th, one half of one category of documents was made available for inspection. That half of a category of documents consisted of all the urgency ordinance applications that have been granted to date, some 700 pages of documents, which we reviewed immediately. Those documents showed a few things. Firstly, and most importantly, that my client, Mr. Calderon, was held to significantly higher and more rigorous standards than other similarly situated applicants under the urgency ordinance. He was denied by the Planning Commission on 3 bases, all of which the evidence clearly shows other applicants were given a pass on. Based on this newly discovered and newly made available evidence, we promptly submitted a request for reconsideration to the Planning Commission. That request, I see, didn't make its way into the summary of events, but that was submitted to the Planning Commission on April 20th. We are here today to request that the board, pursuant to its authority under section 17.98.070B of the county code, remand this matter back to the Planning Commission so that we may present to the Planning Commission the important arguments that we have to make about my client's rights to equal protection under the laws and to a fair hearing under the civil code. We therefore request that this hearing be adjourned and that the matter be remanded to planning for further consideration so that we may present this evidence in the administrative stage before having recourse to the courts. My client believes that the administrative stage is the right place to have these important arguments heard, and therefore we respectfully request that the board remand the matter. And the authority, again, for that request is section 17.98.070B, which provides in relevant part that, quote, in the event that new information is presented on appeal, the Board of Supervisors shall have discretion to remand the project to the Planning Commission for consideration of new facts or issues. And we therefore submit that request now.
Submitted. At this time, Any presentations by members of the public? You'll be limited to 5 minutes per person. Seeing no takers on that? Anybody wish to speak from the public? Mr. McManus?
Yeah, Bill McManus. I don't know, maybe this is going to get carried on again. What is a recurring theme, it seems like, with all of the grows that we have, all of the appeals, all of the hearings at the Planning Commission and here at the board? In the past, my central purpose was to help people out who had been brutalized by this industry, and that was mainly neighbors and people who lived in close proximity to some of these activities, whether it's at the airport or in district, wherever it was happening. Over and over again, as I go through these documents, I see this recurring theme of employees being brutalized. It's not their neighbors. When I hear that generators are running indoors, fire doors are locked, these people are not being taken care of like most employees should, with workman's comp insurance, state disability, other protections of the law. I don't know how you deal with it. You know, the criminality just seems to expand out to the point where there's nothing, there's no rule, no laws being followed. And I don't know how you sort that out. And going back and forth between the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors, I guess, is one way of handling it. It seems like there ought to be, you know, that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. There ought to be a straight line to resolution on this and get it over with and stop this kind of activity, because it's just going to keep recurring as long as people are given endless opportunities to change the story, to expand the conversation and keep coming back. And so I would hope that the board would just move to dispose of this matter, get it done today, and you've got a lot of more business to do than keep going back and forth with this one. But now, instead of just considering the innocent people out in our community, let's start thinking about the workers who are being brutalized and they're not having their rights protected. And I don't think that's anything that's really been brought up before. So maybe we should start considering that too. Thank you.
Any other public comment? You'll have a chance. You'll have a chance, counsel. Seeing no public comment, we'll have a summation rebuttal by the appellant. You can speak now, sir.
And Supervisor Oliveira, I want to be clear on one procedural thing. In the event the board is disinclined to grant the request that we have just made for a remand, my co-counsel is prepared to address the merits of the appeal today. But procedurally, we would like to ask for that the remand issue be decided first, just to be clear on the nature of my request, if that makes sense.
Okay.
In other words, if the board is disinclined to send this back to the Planning Commission, we would like to argue the merits of the appeal today. However, with respect to what Mr. McManus just said, I would simply respond that that is not before the board today. The breadth of this appeal is confined to the findings that were made by the Planning Commission. And as Mr. Calaveras will argue, those findings, we believe, don't support the conclusion that the Commission reached. But more fundamentally, those findings show a stark disparity in the way that my client's application was scrutinized by the administration here as compared to other similarly situated applicants. And that disparity is of grave concern to my client and to my firm. And we believe it's vital that we have the chance to address that before the Planning Commission in the administrative stage before seeking judicial review. If this wasn't abundantly clear earlier, our position is that the granted applications don't just show isolated cases of similarly situated applicants being given opportunities that my client wasn't afforded. They show a pattern of disparate treatment, numbering in the dozens of applications. And we believe it's very important that evidence be presented at the administrative stage, and that's the basis for our request.
Thank you, sir. Any staff's rebuttal, summation?
Well, it is within your prerogative to decide whether or not there's new information that should be sent back to the Planning Commission. I happen to disagree with the attorney for the appellant. I don't believe that we have treated this applicant disparately, but it's certainly within your discretion to do so.
Submitted staff?
I have nothing else to add.
Is there any rebuttal by the public?
Mr. Chair, can we hear from County Council? I think you have.
Most certainly can.
Council, my job is to make sure the record is clear. I don't know, it's not clear to me what the new evidence is. Could you please restate what that new evidence is? You made mention of having the opportunity to review some files, but that's a little bit opaque for me. So,
certainly, Mr. Sirius. And to be clear, I present this as, in essence, an offer of proof, since under the code, we're not technically allowed at this stage to consider new facts and evidence, which is the basis.
right, we're not asking for the evidence, we're just a better description.
Certainly, I'm happy to provide that. So, the documents that were offered to us on April 12th consist, as far as I can tell, of the 45 applications under the urgency ordinance that have been granted to date. Those files include the complete application paperwork, correspondence with the planning director, inspection reports, code violations, if any, and as far as I can tell, again, all the documents that pertain to each application that was granted. Upon review of those documents, those 45 application files, we discovered quickly that the three bases on which my client's application was denied at the planning stage and again by the Planning Commission did not prove to be fatal obstacles to numerous other applicants. For instance, with respect to the argument that my client didn't have a full 10,000 feet of available grow space on May 10th, he only had 8,000, according to the director, and I don't think we dispute that. The idea that that was a basis for denying his application is belied by numerous other applications in which the applicant did not have available to them on May 10th the same square footage that they had applied for. The inspections repeatedly revealed that, for example, the designated grow areas, the fenced areas, were significantly smaller than the square footage applied for. And those applicants, far from being denied, were in fact given the opportunity to amend their applications to conform to the actual square footage of the grow. That's one example. Now, turning, for instance, to the argument that my client hadn't engaged in cultivation, quote, commensurate with the scope of the grow. Obviously, it's already been discussed here that the grading option for satisfying that requirement was deemed not to apply, and Mr. Caloris will address that if necessary. But just looking at the idea of cultivation commensurate with the size of the grow, we've cited in our request for reconsideration to the Commission multiple examples of applicants who had not engaged in grading, had not engaged in cultivation commensurate with the size of their application, or anywhere near commensurate with the size of their application, and nonetheless received approval.
Okay, thank you. Ethan, when was the Planning Commission hearing? What was the date?
December 22nd.
I'm sorry?
December 22nd.
December the 22nd. The request for information was made after the Planning Commission. So there's a lot of there's cases that go both ways, that they could have had this information before, and that's grounds for not remanding. But there's many cases where people in your position said, well, they just didn't, these are new facts that they didn't think about it, they didn't have counsel, various mitigating circumstances, so we're going to consider this information legitimate that the Planning Commission needs to hear. So ultimately, it is your discretion, given the facts before you. I just wanted to make the record clear as far as the timeline.
And may I just respond to one point in that regard? Many of the documents that were produced to us by planning on April 12th were generated after December of 2016. They are from the early part of 2017, so it would not have been possible to obtain those documents because they simply didn't exist at the time. And also, I would just submit that this scenario, this very situation that we find ourselves in, is exactly what Section 17.98.070B was designed to address. It empowers the Board of Supervisors to take into account new information that has emerged since the administrative decision and ask, look, will you guys take another look at this? We think it warrants another look before the administrative remedies are exhausted and we move on to the judicial phase.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other member of the public would like to speak on this issue? This is the rebuttal by members of the public. You'll have 5 minutes, ma'am.
I have a big question. Mr. Maurer, was he growing previous to May 10th or not?
You have to address that to the board, ma'am, and then we'll handle that.
Number 2, wasn't there a gymnasium that makes children in the presence of that area? According to the UO, we're not supposed to have that.
Sir, rebuttal. You got to limit it to...
Yeah, it's sir rebuttal. You have to, okay. Any other member of the public? Does the board have any questions of either the appellant or staff? Supervisor Garamendi?
I've got one. This is for staff. Is this operation still, it went out of, when it was shut down, they're not continuing to grow there, are they? Is it within 1,000 feet of a sensitive area, area of special concern?
It is, but the urgency ordinance only applied that requirement to outdoor cultivation. It did not require it of indoor cultivation.
Is that intentional or is that just an omission?
I don't know. I'm not sure if it was intentional. I don't recall the discussions we had when drafting it or during the hearing whether or not that was discussed at all. It may have been unintentional, but it is what the code says.
I asked that specifically when I think about things like the warehouses available in Toyon that are across from the middle school. And I'm thinking about this in terms of the baseball fields on the other side of the airport.
Yes.
Any other questions by board members? I have a couple of questions. Mr. Maurer, are we aware of any permits that were required for the modifications made inside the building by the appellant?
After the operation was shut down, he did get permits to fix some of the violations.
Okay. And these were the building code violations?
There's building code violations, exiting requirements, electrical work, those kinds of things.
Was OSHA notified of the fact that we had workers in a dangerous, unsafe atmosphere? Do we know that?
I don't know. I don't believe so. I don't know either.
Mr. Turner, we have no idea of whether OSHA was forwarded a copy of this report, if you will.
I'm not aware that they were. I think the fact that it was shut down sort of made that unnecessary. But I don't know the rules about OSHA.
I have a question of the appellant or his counsel. Sir, did your client have any employees at this facility during this time?
I would say, firstly, I'm not sure that's within the scope of the hearing, with all due respect. But secondly, I don't know the answer to that, so I'd have to confer with my client.
Does your appellant know the answer?
I'm sorry?
Ma'am, please. Does your client know the answer if he had employees at this facility during this time period?
I would have to confer with him briefly.
I'll give you a moment.
If that's all right? Okay.
Yeah.
As evidence to the third finding.
Sir, Mr. Turner.
Sure. So again, our sense is that may not be germane to the issues that were before the commission. But in the spirit of cooperation, my client says that he was the owner-operator at the time. He had one employee who was at the facility only on a part-time basis.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Mr. Turner, go ahead, please.
And the third finding by the Planning Commission, among the violations listed, was that undocumented workers were employed at the site. And that was based on testimony of the sheriff, who arrested those individuals and processed them at the jail and discovered that they were not work authorized. And the sheriff testified at length during that hearing, and that was evidence that was the basis of the third finding.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Any further questions from the board?
I think before we rule on the matter in front of us, we probably need to decide whether or not it is within our discretion to accept this new evidence as our first decision, and then we can move forward whether or not we want to continue the hearing.
Well, we can do that, I believe, counsel, on deliberation, or is it just time to do it before we close the hearing?
You should probably make a decision under Section 17.9807 whether these new facts are important enough to justify a remand. Because if you justify a remand to the Planning Commission based upon these new facts raised, then there is no need to hear the case on the merits. It would just go back to the Planning Commission.
Then we'll close the hearing and deliberate with the board. Is that what you're suggesting, counsel?
Poll board.
Yes, you can do that either way.
Yeah.
But you need to make a decision on whether you're going to remand or not, because otherwise you need to hear the case on the merits.
Okay, I'm going to like to close the hearing and then do the deliberation discussion with the board on that issue. Then we'll proceed to the vote if we need to. Okay? Hearing's closed. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'll bring it back to the board for discussion and deliberation. Supervisor Tofinelli, you have a comment?
I don't think the evidence is relevant to what the applicant produced at that time. So I'm not willing to remand. I'm willing to hear forward right now. Go forward with hearing and the appeal today.
Supervisor Garamendi? Mike, please.
I concur.
Supervisor Mills?
And I also concur.
And I would make that the 4-0 vote on the unanimous, or concur with that. Bad choice of words was a vote. Having determined that the introduction of any new evidence is not to be considered, am I correct with that, counsel? I would entertain any further discussion or deliberation by the board. Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I think the applicant has requested that, the decision's made whether to remand or not, but he has not had an opportunity to really present the argument for why he feels the appeal should be overturned on its merits today. So I think it would be appropriate to reopen the hearing to allow the appellant to present his case on the reasons why it should be appealed based on what we have before us today.
Isn't that based on the new evidence we just...
No. He would be
has other
addressing
evidence.
Just what was contained within the...
Counsel, I can reopen the hearing then?
Yeah, you were just ruling on the remand.
I'll give you that opportunity, sir. Hearing's back on.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the director's exactly right. My presentation was simply a request that the matter be remanded. That request, I understand, having been denied, I would make one more procedural request for the record. I would request a continuance of this hearing to allow the Planning Department and County Council to respond to the outstanding 23.5 document requests that are still pending in this matter. I would simply make that request.
Seeing the hearing is still open, is there any questions by the board on that issue, short of deliberation after we close the hearing? Any comment by the public on that particular bit of information?
Can I clarify what is outstanding?
There was a request made in writing on the 20th of January by Mr. Calaveras that itemizes, 25, not 24, categories of documents that he was seeking, and my client continues to seek in connection with this appeal. That document was the genesis, as I understand, for the production of the completed files, or the approved files on April 12th. However, that is only part of one category of the documents that were requested, and we request a continuance of the matter to have those documents produced.
Chair, I believe we've made our ruling that new evidence wasn't going to be considered here, that we would decide based upon the evidence at hand.
That was my understanding.
For that reason, I would like to hear the evidence that the appellant has to help us to make a decision regarding this matter.
Chair, if I may, I have some clarifying comments on what counsel just said. I received a document entitled Request for Informal Discovery on, I believe it was January 20th. I responded in writing to that request, pointing out that during an administrative hearing, you're not entitled to discovery like you are in court, and I recommended several other sources of information to assist in there. I received a subsequent request in writing that had no title to it. It was just an email saying, can I look at the approved applications if we don't have staff time to look at the other ones. Those documents were provided, and that's what I assume he's talking about, being one half of one of the items.
That is my understanding as well. Our office has no records of anything not responded to. We know that Mr. Turner responded to a request for informal discovery, which then led to other further communications, which led to the inspection of the files. So we're not aware of any further outstanding request. If the appellants want a continuance because a lot of oxygen was sucked out of the room in requesting this remand, is not going to happen. That's one thing. But a request based on something pending, I don't think that's appropriate because there's nothing pending as far as our office goes.
I understand. That was my question, too. Maybe you could cite a case or something that might help us with this. Are we required to provide discovery in a situation like this?
No. We answered that question right now. There is no informal discovery in administrative proceedings. If you want a continuance, just ask for a continuance. But it's not going to be based on course document discovery because there's nothing here.
And apologies if I wasn't clear on that. I don't disagree that there's no written discovery in an administrative proceeding. However, under the California Public Records Act, there is a right of any member of the general public, my client included, to inspect these records. And the CPRA would require a response to those requests within 10 days. Now, I understand that the document counsel received was titled Request for Informal Discovery and did not specifically mention the CPRA. But the law is pretty clear that the CPRA is to be very broadly construed, and any request by a member of the public to inspect official records ought to be construed and responded to as a CPRA request, such that indeed requests that are erroneously titled, for example, FOIA requests, because people don't understand the difference between FOIA and the CPRA, are still to be responded to and processed. So that's the nature of our request before the board. Whether it's termed as a continuance and that's it, or whether it's termed as a continuance pending production of the records, from my client's perspective, is immaterial. We're simply asking for more time to review these materials.
So I guess that we may be disagreeing as to whether we already produced what we produced. I believe Mr. Turner produced what he was asked of him. So that's not on the table as far as our office is concerned. They're just simply treat it as a simple request for continuance. That's fair. If they want a continuance, you have the discretion to do that.
Okay. Thank you, counsel. Any further comments? I'm going to close the hearing and bring it back for board discussion. Fellow supervisors, regarding the request for continuance. Entertain comments. Supervisor Tofinelli?
Yeah, I'm not sure what these documents would have any bearing on this case going forward. I mean, you can't present any new evidence. We decided just previously that we weren't going to accept any new evidence. So whether he had possession of these documents through Public Records Act or disclosure or whatever, it still wasn't presented at the Planning Commission. So what they're trying to glean off of that, I see not relevant to what we have our decision before us, and that's based on an appeal from the Planning Commission's decision based on the evidence presented to them. So I don't favor a delay.
Okay. Supervisor Garamendi?
I think we can move ahead.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes, I believe that we need to rule on the evidence that was presented to the Planning Commission, deal with that as it is, and go from there.
Okay, thank you. I concur. Having said that, hearing is closed. Evidence has been submitted. At this time,
I think appellant has his fallback position is that he wants to put on his case. If you're not going to give him a continuance for any reason, I think he's entitled to put on his case on the merits.
Mr. Sears is exactly right, and for that purpose, I'll cede the floor to Mr. Calaveras.
okay. We'll let that happen.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Calaveras, and we're here today to discuss three issues, and only three issues, that were the basis for the denial of Mr. Calderon's cultivation registration application. The first issue was the registrant provided inadequate evidence of cultivation prior to May 10, 2016, commensurate with the area proposed to be cultivated. Second, the registrant did not have a valid lease showing that he had lawful possession of the property on which he intended to cultivate prior to May 10, 2016. And finally, a site inspection revealed numerous significant code violations and other violations of law on the property well beyond the application deadline. So I'm going to take these in the order they were just presented. While prior cultivation would clearly demonstrate compliance with the code, this is not the only way to meet the requirements of the code. The key issue here is that the applicant did not provide evidence showing either cultivation or preparing to cultivate commensurate with the area to be cultivated. I'm going to repeat that. This is very important. While prior cultivation would clearly demonstrate compliance with the code, this is not the only way to meet the requirements of the code. The key issue here is the applicant did not provide evidence showing either cultivation or preparation to cultivate commensurate with the area to be cultivated. Those are not my words. Although I agree with them, those are the words in the staff report. And they're right. My client can cultivate, can show evidence prior to May 10 of cultivating, or he can show evidence of preparation to cultivate. Cultivation is defined under the Business and Professions Code as any activity involving the planting, growing, harvesting, drying, etc. of medical cannabis. So, stated another way, the key here is that the applicant did not provide evidence showing either planting or preparation to plant commensurate with the area cultivated. He can do one of two things. He can show evidence of planting, and he can show evidence of preparation to plant, which is what he did. As evidence of that, he submitted several photographs depicting the inside, the interior of the proposed site. Staff agreed, stating several photographs were submitted that showed some renovations in the structure, including rolls of carpet stacked in the corner. Those rolls of carpets were shown to exist in August of 2015. They were gone subsequent to that, and the clear plastic sheeting that is described here is actually mylar and is used specifically for cultivating cannabis. In fact, it can be used as evidence to show somebody was attempting to participate in cultivation of cannabis evidentiary. So the county on the one hand is saying, you know, you got to show cultivation prior to May 10, but on the other hand, they're saying, but not really, because you can show preparations to plant or preparation to cultivate, which my client did in no uncertain terms. The photographs don't lie, they speak for themselves, and they speak reams here. My client was preparing to cultivate, i.e. plant, prior to May 10, as evidenced by the photographic evidence and the receipts submitted that show thousands of dollars expended to that end. Secondly, the invalid lease. More perfectly stated, the registrant did not have a valid lease, showing that he had lawful possession of the property prior to May 10. Gentlemen, in California, there are certain requirements that have to be met and satisfied in order to be a valid lease. One of them is there has to be a writing. And indeed, in this case, there is a writing. So let's check that box. Secondly, there has to be an identity of the parties. In this case, Thompson Properties, Ralph Calderon. We're going to check that box as well. Thirdly, the description of the premises to be leased, very clearly stated in the lease. We're going to check that box as well. Specify the time, amount, and manner of rental payments. Check, check, check. It's all there. Establish a definite term. Also there. We're going to check that box as well. 5 years. We have a valid lease. What the county is saying here is, yeah, you have a valid lease, but it has, you're growing too small of a site, you have too small of a grow for your business, for the building in which you're planning on growing. So in other words, your grow's too small. So we're going to deny you on that basis. This is a very silly interpretation of the requirement for a valid lease. There's no question that the lease in this case is valid. It gave my client possession of Unit C, and in regards to Units A and B, my client had a future interest in that space, which springs into existence at a particular date, August 1. So, my client's lease on its face shows it is valid, legally binding, in other words, in the state of California. The county is saying, however, that, you know what, again, the canopy size it can only be 8,000. You listed 10,000. You applied for a 2A type license, which is indoor 10,000. So your cannabis site is too small. Regarding number 3, the code violations. It must be noted that all of these code violations, like so many others, were fixed. They were all corrected, every one of them. My client corrected these prior to the hearing on December 22nd. At that date, those issues were moot. Yes, they were perhaps violations occurring subsequent to the May 10th date. However, they were corrected and noted so. So, what we have here is an applicant who presented evidence of cultivation, attempting to cultivate, plant, has a valid lease, building violations corrected, and yet my client's application was nonetheless denied. I think we have to note that the mandatory registration requirements for medical cannabis in this county, as set forth in Section 1795, 165A, at Sequitur, states that by May 10, the applicant must declare maximum total canopy that is or will be on the cultivation site. Is or will be. The or will be language contemplates an event taking place in the future, after May 10, 2016, and is another way of saying or at some time in the future, as opposed to the word is, that's the present tense, and in this case refers to May 10, 2016. If the drafters of the ordinance meant only to say that the applicant must declare the total canopy existing at the date of the application, the clause or will be would be unnecessary and would have led to unnecessary and avoidable confusion when trying to abide by this term. The purpose is because the framers knew that actual cultivation by May 10 is not required. As previously mentioned, preparing to plant satisfies the requirement. It must also be noted that the original resolution presented to the Planning Commission in deliberation of the original denial included the finding of forth that my client submitted false or misleading statements in the application. It must be further noted that the findings of the resolution as of the 22nd of December meeting, signed and fully executed by the department, does not contain that language. It's void. It's vacant. There's no allegation or finding that my client at any time submitted false or misleading evidence or information. And I think that is very, very important for this body to recognize, that is, because that's exactly what is being alleged here in all of these other things, that this information in this application is misleading, and it's simply not the case. So with that, I have presented my side of my client's argument, and if you have any questions or if counsel would like to add anything further, I'm here to answer them.
Any questions by the board?
By the way, I therefore respectfully request that this body not approve the denial of my client's application.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Cloris, I do have some questions. May 1st, your client had signed lease and lawful possession of Unit C?
Yes.
And then you say on August 1st, signed lease and lawful possessions of Units A and B?
That is the future interest that my client had in those two parcels,
So
those 2 units.
when we have something from the San Andreas Fire Department dated October 27th, going into a whole litany of issues concerning these units, specifically I think A and B, as I'm seeing it, but he says very clearly, A, B, and C, your client had possession lawfully of units A and B.
He did.
And yet, in the report out from our departments, we're finding reportable quantities, sufficient quantities of hazardous materials that weren't reported, multiple cases of same, and yet we're claiming, you're making the claim that your client didn't do anything wrong.
I'm stating my client did not make any false or misleading statements in the application.
Okay. So, Commissioner Wooster, in his statement of having a signed lease in California is one thing, but having lawful possession is quite another, I have to absolutely concur with that. If you don't have lawful possession, you can't do anything in that location because you don't have a way to occupy it.
May I respond?
Does that make sense? Yes.
Well,
I would like a response.
Yes, of course. My client had lawful possession. There's no way to interpret this lease otherwise. He had lawful possession of 8,000 square feet in Unit C as of May 1st of 2016. That is a valid lease. That would be upheld in any court of law. On the issue is this writing, which purports to be a lease for the property Airport Road, a valid lease? Yes, it is, and it would be determined such by a court of law.
So having a valid lease and in essence lawful possession places the burden of responsibility upon the leaseor or the person holding that lease to any activity that's contained within that property. Am I correct?
The lessor is the property owner.
Okay.
You use the term lessor, and I just want to make sure we're talking about the same person.
My mistake. I understand where you're going. The point is that for our code compliance people to be on site where there is numerous code violations within portions of this leased possession, does that not create a problem?
Not when they're corrected. They were all corrected. The authorities, the property authorities signed off on those deficiencies. The problem was corrected.
And that's not what I'm seeing from all of the information that's been presented here from the visit on October 27th.
Well, I think the evidence will show that they were correct. And I stand by that statement.
Yes, if you could enlighten us, please. I'm looking at board packet page 674 for the other commissioner, supervisor's reference. And 675. In fact, it's noted on packet 677. I don't know what page that would be for you, Mr. Flores, but it actually talks about the options to abate, what it was going to take, and they had stated a reasonable time of no later than November 30, 2016. If your client was not involved in this activity, why would there be a need to discuss this whole option of abating something that was a code violation with you if you weren't involved in it?
I'm not sure I understand the question. You're saying, could you please
restate? I want to go back to what the options to abate. This is page 677 of our packet. Obtain permits and repair and install all safety equipment. All access must be operational, accessible. It goes on with a list here. But it gives a date of November 30, 2016 in that. And this is something that's stated directly to Smith Thompson Property Holding about the alleged code violations. And evidently, the lease is in effect at that time, is it not?
Yes.
Okay. That's the only point I'm trying to make.
Sure. Supervisor Mills, just to speak to that briefly, as part of the evidence we submitted to the Planning Commission is a December 14th letter from Code Compliance,
yes,
stating that the violations on the property have already been addressed. and the substandard structure posting removed from the structures and parcel. So it is true, there were violations, and it is true that they were addressed and remediated. Okay? Which our position is, was the case with numerous other applicants under the ordinance, and the presence of violations and subsequent remediation of those violations well after May 10th, 2016 was not an impediment to their approval.
Okay, so maybe I should ask the question of, is that what, just to confirm, there was no actual cultivation on this site as of May 10th, 2016, correct?
In the sense of planted
actual
cannabis?
Plants growing,
no,
doing something on the site?
No, there was not.
So there was then, by admission, an intent to expand to the full 10,000? Am I asking the question correctly? That you had then submitted for and gotten at least started on the 8,000, but the intention was to expand to 10?
No. The fact that the 10,000 square feet shows up that's the maximum under the Type 2A license that my client could operate under. 10,000 is the maximum. He's obviously confined to the physical limitations of the building of 8,000 square feet. If I'm not mistaken, it's an allowed procedure for a applicant to modify his application down from the size, the canopy size stated on the application to the actual canopy size, either vis-a-vis the structural, the size limitations of the fence or the building in the case of an indoor grow.
I may be asking for something that you're not quite aware of, but when did the physical growing begin to occur on this site? You don't have to answer it if you don't know.
Well, I don't know, nor is it relevant, because to satisfy the code, all he had to do is prepare for planting, prepare for cultivation. So the question asking when he actually cultivated, I think, is getting us away from the actual issue here and the facts, that he was making preparations, substantial preparations to plant in that building. Now, you'll notice in one of those photographs, there are rolls and rolls of carpet. Those carpets weigh hundreds of pounds. They need heavy equipment to be moved. Very similar to a fallen tree on an outdoor cultivation site. Now, if this were an outdoor cultivation site and he were removing the trees to allow him to prepare for planting, I think everybody would agree that this falls squarely under one or two of the requirements. But this is not an outdoor site, it's an indoor site. But it's analogous vis-a-vis the fallen carpet rolls on the property which needed to be moved in order for him to do anything, which he did. So we did provide evidence, substantial evidence, clear evidence, and convincing evidence that my client did prepare for cultivation, i.e. planting, and that's not to be understood to only mean planting before May 10.
Okay, so maybe I need to make a disclaimer here that my wife and I have been involved in the carpet industry for literally decades, so moving rolls is not a big deal. Okay. I just making a point that it's not like trees. There are forklifts that are designed specific for that. We can move hundreds of them in a day if we need to.
You're absolutely right, but I think to mitigate or downplay the significance of the obstruction of the cultivation site, because a heavy lifting machine can move those out of the way, I think is minimizing the efforts that needed to be taken to prepare the site for planting.
Okay. I appreciate your responses. Thank you.
Any other questions? Supervisor Garamendi?
I have not been involved in the carpet business, but I'm also not a lawyer. I feel very... Let me ask you a question. In the photo there, it had August 12th, and there was a forklift and a bunch of carpet rolls. How much canopy was actually grown on this site?
I don't know the answer to that question.
is the owner?
I'm not sure that is relevant to the issue here.
You don't want to answer my question?
I'm not saying that. I'm just stating an objection that I don't think is relevant. But
Microphone, please, sir.
So Supervisor Garamendi, the question is what
How
square
much did
footage
you actually grow?
in Unit C? Between 1,500 and 2,000 square feet, depending on the stage of the plant cycle.
Who were who employed the employees that weren't your employees on the site that were put in the dangerous working conditions? Your client told you that he had half an employee that was visiting there on occasion. So who employed these people that were having to work in an unsafe environment?
Well, preliminarily, I don't know, as I sit here, the answer to these questions. And I would further submit that they're a bit beyond the scope of this hearing, which is to focus on the findings of the Planning Commission.
Well, number 3 was about code violations for our county, wasn't it? I'm not arguing the first 2. I'm asking, there were clear violations of state and county code in this building. One of them is unsafe work environment. Lots of pieces go into that, so I'm wondering who's responsible for the life and safety of those people that were working there.
That's a question I can confer with my client about. I would just, more generally, as a procedural matter, point out that we have proffered hundreds of pages of new evidence, which has been summarily rejected by this board and declined to send back to the Planning Commission for further review. And this, too, likewise, would constitute new evidence that the board is requesting.
Well, we've already have evidence that the fire escapes were blocked. We have evidence that you were running generators indoors with fans. We have evidence that people were illegally habitating this place. Correct?
It's my understanding that
that's already in the thing. So my question is, who do you think is responsible for that, for the life and safety of your workers?
And my response, with all due respect, would be that's beyond the scope of...
That's fine, Counselor. That's fine.
But that, Mr. Garamendi, that issue was addressed at the Planning Commission, so I think it is relevant and is ability to revisit that question because that was raised at the Planning Commission hearing. Who was responsible for the employees in Units A and B?
And, I mean, one point that bears mentioning, too, is my understanding is this is the subject. At this point, we're talking about the subject of an active, ongoing investigation that I understand is currently being conducted. And it'd probably be unwise for us to proffer live testimony from our client unprepared on a subject like this at a hearing of the board.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Supervisor Finelli?
I have a couple of questions. You're testifying that there was only one part-time employee employed, and that part-time employee was doing all the renovations to this building in preparation for him growing 8,000. He moved all the carpets, he hung all the mylar, he's putting in all the lights, he's doing all this. One guy working part-time.
I think there may be a misunderstanding as to time frame, but let me, again, these are all factual questions that I don't, as I stand here, know the answer to. We can, perhaps if there's we can write down the factual questions, confer with our client, and respond. Would that be?
Whatever you need to do. I'm just looking at the pictures. I'm looking at the amount of work here and the time frame stamped on these pictures, and I'm thinking one guy working part-time wasn't doing all that work and preparing this for grow. I mean, when you talk about grow, you're talking about putting all these lights in. You're talking about hanging all this mylar that he's doing here. You're doing preparations to this building in a couple days with a guy working part-time. I don't see it.
Sure, and to avoid playing a game of telephone, Supervisor Toffanelli, we'll just let Mr. Calderon answer that question. Is that all right? Okay.
Would you please state the question again?
I'm saying that it was testified and given as evidence that you had one part-time employee that was working there. And the pictures show from the time frames, stamps on them, that there was a substantial amount of work going into preparation to get to May 5th when these things were done, the final picture was taken. And it just appears to me, if that guy's available to work, I'll hire him at the amount of work he's done here for being a half-time employee. because I have employees, and so I'm just wondering, how could this be done in that time frame with somebody working part-time?
And in terms of for example, the Mylar, I did that by myself. I put up that Mylar myself, and it took me a couple hours to put that up. But there was other work done myself with my employee, and also which I've submitted for the electrical permits and some of the permits that were approved in early November after the code compliance inspection. There was an electrical subcontractor, and that also did work there, which his information is all submitted, and he actually has a permit.
So you had contractors doing work also?
A closed permit on that.
You contracted the
stuff.
work out?
I mean,
Okay. All right.
I don't know the extent of the work that we're envisioning, but what's done there, yes, very feasible to do with the crew that I have.
Okay.
And one other thing I would like to mention, because I heard a November 3rd date and some things, I was never made aware of any of the code violations, and the first time we were made aware in writing was on December 15th, I believe, when they sent a letter to the landlord. And in the letter states that we were never made aware. The only information that I have is from personal meetings, which is in one of the letters that Mr. Lambie sent over. Also, personal meetings and requests personally to code compliance, and I had a meeting with planning and with code compliance. It was given to me verbally. Items were corrected, and I received the permit on a Friday. That Monday I had inspection and closed out all of those items. So, and referring to one of them that state November 3rd, on November 14th, I send an email to code compliance asking for the letter. Maybe on 13th, the following day I responded. I re-forwarded, hey, any news? I haven't heard back. And on November 15th, I am told that there is no information yet. There isn't a list of violations yet. So that is on November 15th. So I did as much as I could proactively as possible and got every item that was mentioned to me taken care of in a matter of 72 hours, including permitting. Thank you for your time.
Any further questions, Supervisor Tofinelli?
No.
Permit.
Not at this time.
I have a couple of questions, sir. Going through the board packet, I noticed that you have a California driver's license. Your client has a California driver's license. And I also noticed he had an address in Florida. Okay. Also going through the board packet, I noticed a permit application. Give me a moment so I can get to that page. My computer scrolls a lot slower than I do.
As you're looking for that, my client has a residence in Valley Springs and maintains a residence in Florida, operates several successful businesses in Florida, as well as here in Calaveras County.
I found the driver's license, okay.
And he's a graduate of Purdue University with a degree in business management. Proud son of immigrants.
One moment, please. Sir, who is Smith Thompson Property Holdings? Do we know who that is?
I believe, are you asking me?
Yes.
I believe that's the entity that owns the property that's subject to the lease.
Okay. Mr. Colorado, you said you pulled permits for the electrical work? Is that what you testified to?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when you pulled those permits?
Property, May 9th, I believe the property owner pulled a meter electrical permit to assist me in work that was being done, future work that needed to be done.
I'm looking at a document from Calaveras County Building Department. I don't seem to see a date on it, other than that's the date of the check. I see that it's a work description, a 200 amp service. Is that for your facility?
Mm-hmm.
That was B Unit D?
That's how
Is
they,
that- is that how they
for
did
some
identify
reason,
it?
that's how they put it on the meter box. I don't know why. That's how PG&E gave it.
What was the business before you took possession of this property?
Of the entire building, or
Well,
Unit C?
how about Unit D?
Unit D, it's an A, B, and a C.
I'm sorry, what?
There's an A, B, and a C.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
There's a Unit A, B, and a C.
He's not aware of a Unit D since the lease describes Units A, B, and C.
But you did have a 200 amp service in that
200 amp service.
installed?
We have multiple 200 amp services on the property.
And this, apparently this was paid for by check by Smith Thomas Properties. It indicates the Unit D is a carpet warehouse. Do you have any knowledge of that?
I have knowledge of
Why would this be in the board packet? Was this submitted by you or by your
my previous attorney, perhaps, document.
It's dated, the date of payment was May 9, 2016.
Okay.
So was this work done at your direction or for your occupancy?
By the property owner, you know,
the property owner is
was the one
Smith
that wrote
Thompson.
Smith Thompson wrote the check. I don't know what their thinking was. It had to do with upgrades for the property, for the use of the property. I think the lease is pretty clear on the intentions of, you know, the property owner in mind with use of the property, with any other tenants, anybody else. You know, I can tell you that from my standpoint, everything that was done was for the cultivation. Yes, sir.
Was that a condition of your lease to install 200 amp service? Do you recall?
A condition of my lease. I don't know the lease inside out. I couldn't tell you if it's a condition of the
Counsel,
lease
are we
or
still in the
not.
boundaries of the appeals commission here? Hearing, I don't want to get out of this.
I mean, it's.
Yeah, okay, I'm aware of that. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Any further comment by appellant or counsel?
What's that?
Any further comment by staff?
I would like to address some of the points made by the appellant's counsel on this. He made a statement that we denied the application because the cultivation area was too small for what was applied for. That's just simply not correct. We denied the application because the area that he was cultivating in exceeded the area in which he had a valid lease and which he had prepared prior to May 10th. And the reason why we referred to the 8,000 square feet versus 10,000 square feet was simply because at that time, when the operation was shut down and we denied the registration application, he was utilizing the whole of the building, all 3 units. But the lease only gave him possession on May 10th of Unit C. There were other businesses occupying A and B at the time. So he couldn't have had occupancy or making preparations in those 2 units for the cultivation that was occurring. And that was the point, and that was the reason why it was denied. Yes, if he'd come to us earlier and said, you know, I'm only going to cultivate in Unit C, I want to reduce my cultivation area, we probably would have okayed that. That was consistent with our actions elsewhere. But to expand beyond an area that he had the rights to on May 10th would be no different than someone outside saying, well, I'm going to expand into this other area that I hadn't previously prepared, I hadn't worked on. I was leasing that property to someone else at the time, but now I want to grow there, so I'm going to expand the cultivation area. That's clearly the opposite of what the board's intent was with this ordinance. And the reason it was denied, not because it was too small, but because he was cultivating in an area that he didn't have possession of on May 10th. And that was the basis there. The is or will be language, and I discussed this in my presentation, and Mr. Clark has brought that back up, does not provide the ability to sort of expand your operation as you would like to. The ordinance allowed a grower to cultivate what had been cultivated previously, or if the site had been prepared, graded previously, then that will be language was anticipating that where someone had graded an area in anticipation of cultivation, that they could plant their plants there. On May 10th, a year ago, it was still early for plants to be put out into the environment, and so people had prepared the site, getting ready to put plants in the ground or in pots, and the board anticipated that. But the caveat was you had to have prepared the site beforehand, the site in which the plants were going to go. Not later on, well, I only had 5,000 square feet, I wanted to grow 22, so I'm going to grade this other area over here and put plants. That was not permitted. There seems to be some misunderstanding that if you were growing a certain amount, that you have the right then to expand after that to the full amount that's allowed. Absolutely not true. What was allowed was what you had either cultivated before or graded for. I've used the term prepared in a general context. But in this case, there was no way for the applicant to prepare units A or B because he didn't have access to them. He could have got into the building, but there was a gymnastics studio going on. He couldn't have, start installing grow lights and Mylar while the gymnastics studio was in operation. So that was the basis for our denial, was that he didn't have access to that area. He hadn't prepared the site. Now, the Planning Commission didn't use the term prepare. They found that the ordinance itself required either cultivation or grading. That was different than what was in the staff report where I talked about preparation. The Commission's finding was the ordinance is very clear. You have to have one or the other, grading or cultivation, neither of which occurred in this site. Finally, as it comes to the, whether or not Mr. Calderon had direct oversight of the individuals that were working in there, he's responsible. He was the lessee. That would be no different than if someone was working on my property and I didn't, I hadn't hired them, but they were doing something illegal on my property, I would be responsible. He's a responsible party here. He should have known what was going on in the buildings that he was leasing. And there was illegal activity going on in there. That's the third reason why the Planning Commission denied this request.
Thank you. At this time, there's an opportunity for rebuttal or subbuttal, if you will, by the public. Any member wish to speak on that issue? No, seeing nobody. Submitted by counsel for the appellate. Submitted by staff. Any further comments?
Just make a couple comments in response to what the director said in closing.
Okay.
This issue of prepared size versus application size underscores to me the importance of comparative analysis looking at other applications. Those applications, as I alluded to earlier, contain numerous instances of the applied for size significantly exceeding the prepared size and no denial occurring on that basis. With respect to the activities that Mr. Maurer is alluding to in units A and B, I would leave this body with 2 points. One is that at the time those activities were the subject of an enforcement operation, this application was still pending for all 3 units. I understand that today, as we sit here, we know that there was a denial that hinged in part on the exclusive possession of units A and B. That knowledge was not available initially, and so bear in mind, too, that this A, B, and C were all the sites of a pending application. But more fundamentally, the idea that there was a host of unlawful activity going on, there were clearly code violations. There's no denial of that. And there's no denial that Mr. Calderon took full responsibility for those code violations and remedied them promptly, which is an opportunity that was afforded to many applicants beside himself. But he did that. And the idea that there was some vast illegal operation going on there has not been confirmed by any criminal convictions, has not even been confirmed the subject of criminal charges, as far as I understand it. There's an ongoing investigation, which is part of the reason why it's difficult to discuss the specific facts at this time. But my client, just like everyone here, is entitled to a presumption of innocence until proven otherwise. So the idea that there were code violations, absolutely. The idea that those violations were promptly addressed, that's documented in our materials. And as I said earlier, other applicants, and that's why I think the importance of this comparative material is so high. We're routinely given the opportunity to correct violations well after May 10th, which is a privilege my client was not afforded. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, I'll be closing the hearing that I reopened. And we'll bring it back for board discussion, deliberation. Any comments by the board or any deliberation?
It's interesting in the sorry, Mike. It's interesting in the commercial site registration form. This is item 22. It says cultivation site habitation, check all that apply. It says my site will remain vacant with no one ever staying overnight. And it's checked yes. So I just wanted to bring that point out that's just in case somebody had missed it in the discussion.
Any further comment by the board? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion in regards to this agenda item. And the motion would have the content in the form of upholding the decision of the appeals board from the Planning Commission. Am I correct with that, counsel? I want to make sure we're totally squared away.
Would you like me to restate it?
Would you please? Thank you, Madam.
To adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's denial of 2016-1123, appeal of the Planning Director's denial of commercial cannabis registration 2016-106, filed by Peter Calaveras for Rafael Calderon and Mountain Farms, Inc., at 833 State Route 49, San Andreas, T4N R12E, Section 20, APN 044-006-028.
Everybody clear on the item issue? I would at this time entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I would move to uphold the Planning Commission's decision.
Moved by Supervisor Tofinelli. Do I hear a second?
I would second it.
Second by Supervisor Mills. We've already had public comment on this. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 4-0, one abstention.
We need somebody to go get our supervisor. He's in the hallway out there.
It's one absent.
Okay. Well, we take a 5-minute break?
Yeah.
Just to clarify that the vote was 4 in favor of upholding the
Four in
the
favor of
denial,
upholding and one abstention.
absent.
Absent, I'm sorry. Absent. We're going to take 10 minutes, folks. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Madam Clerk.
Supervisor announcements. In compliance with AB 1234, chaptered as Government Code Section 53232.3D, this is the time for board members to report on meetings attended on behalf of the county and to carry out their duties as a county supervisor.
I believe we'll start with Supervisor Tofinelli. Would you like to lead?
Yes. Is my microphone on here? I would just like the opportunity to talk a little bit about the ordinance that this board directed staff to put together was released last Friday. And there's a public comment period before it goes before the Planning Commission, and then before it comes to us. And I would just like to encourage people to on both sides of this issue, I think it's important that both sides submit to the planning department or even submit to their supervisors ideas on what they'd like to see this ordinance look like when it's finalized. I can't tell you what it's going to look like now before it comes to this board. I can't tell you what the recommendations of the Planning Commission will be. I don't have a crystal ball to look at that. I think it's very fortunate that we have, when it's going to be coming to us, it'll be about the same time the preliminary budget will be showing up. So we'll be able to be looking at both of those on when we address that issue. But I think, and I'd like to pull the board on whether we would like to entertain possibly some type of study session, allowing the public to come up and talk and give their ideas on what they would like to see in this ordinance, and give us ideas to look at or think about encompassing in it when it does get to us. And possibly some of that could be going to the Planning Commission, and on both sides of the issue. I know that there's concerns. I have this I guess you could call it habit for any less lack of another word, is usually I'm not a big social media person at all. I don't go to these sites and all the time on my phone or on the computer looking whatever it says. But, sometimes on a Sunday morning over coffee, I'll go on to some of these sites just to be informed on what people have to say and what's being said out there. And there's a lot being said on both sides of this issue. There's some things that they'd like to see in this ordinance. And I would like to see if the board would like to entertain that. And I'd like to encourage everybody to come forward. And this is your time as the public to be heard on what your visions are and what you would like to see in it. And if you don't come forward and you don't put anything in paper and writing or an email or send it to planning or step up here and say what you would like to say, then you're holding your own voice back. You're not making your statement. And this is America, and everybody has a right to say what they'd like to say, and not feel afraid or feel threatened that they're going to be ridiculed or somebody's going to threaten them on what their beliefs are and what they have to say. And it seems to be on this particular issue that sometimes it's going down that path that people are afraid to say on either side. And that is making us, in my opinion, a third world country where you are unafraid, or you're afraid of making your voice heard. And that's not right, because there's been many people that gave their lives or fought wars for us to be in the position to be able to be free enough to say our piece. So I encourage everybody to do that, and I would like to, again, pull the board and see if we can put together some study session where at least we can have the public come forward and give their thoughts on how they would like to see the final ordinance look like when it's presented, and finally for this board in adoption for this board.
Does May have a fifth Tuesday meeting in it?
Yes, it does. It's an evening meeting on May 31st.
Would that be a good place for it?
I would Say so. I'm
And
in
just
favor of
make that the meeting for that day and nothing else.
Yeah.
Supervisor Garamendi?
I think May 31st, and we have an evening meeting where we can do our regular business. I think the idea of having a focused study session, lack of a better term, but I think it'd be important as we set this up so it doesn't become a popularity contest of how many people get up, but as Gary pointed out, concrete proposals. Here's what I'd like to see. I'm very encouraged to know that there's Supervisor Tovenelli and other people hopefully are open to the idea that the ordinance, the way that it's written now, is a total ban, is something that's not set in stone. It's something we can negotiate around, and that's why that'd be the purpose, I assume.
Okay. Supervisor Clapp? Polling the board on a study session on May 31st?
Yeah, I like to have input. I like to have input myself because I think the public's had more input than the supervisors did at this point. That I'm still for the ban on it, so if it's a study session that we can maybe make it other than a ban, then I'm not for that. But I like to hear what people have to say, but my position is pretty firm on that, but I'd like to have some input on, we got Prop 64 we have to deal with, how we can do that. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we need to do, that on the commercial part, I'm pretty well set, so if they'll be just wasting their time with me as far as I'm concerned, but there's a lot of stuff on 64 that I really wanted to address because, everyone's act like we're really taking their drugs away from them, but it's still there at 64. We can't do anything about that, but there's things that we can do to make it better on the neighbors next to them and stuff like that. And so, yeah, I would love to address 64. So, yeah, I would, and I would like to do it on the day that Gary said on our meeting, that night meeting, because it's better for the people to get there, and so I'm for that.
We may have to change venues simply because of the potential for crowd size. We've done that before.
Madam Clerk, do we have any idea what the calendar looks like for the 31st of May?
We're not to that submittal deadline yet. That's like 2 weeks before that meeting. So at this point, it would be really hard for me to, I bet if I look, there'll be nothing. Just to keep in mind that if we change venues, we cannot live stream.
Okay.
So you know.
County Council, any comments on this? The microphone, sir.
It's too early to ascertain, how thick that agenda is going to be. It could be very minimal. But if you're talking about a study session, that means you're doing something before the night meeting. Is that my understanding?
Any comments?
No, I also think that certainly that evening meeting provides better access. We could request the departments hold off on anything that's truly not urgent for that meeting and move it to either the meeting before or the meeting after to make sure that we can leave time for just the study session.
Thank you, sir. I also concur that a study session would be in order for this. I do wonder, I know that Mr. Maurer has left the chambers here, but my concern on the EIR that's due to come out, and I don't know when that's going to be here for a solid date. Do we have any idea on that? Microphone, sir.
It might. My understanding is that it might happen before then, but that's okay because the EIR addresses many different scenarios, so there's no incompatibility.
Okay.
And my last understanding was that EIR should be completed this week, toward the end of this week, so I would anticipate it definitely would be out at that point.
Madam Clerk.
Just as a note, I believe Mr. Maurer is out of town that week. He will not be here.
Okay. So from the consensus of the members of the board and staff, looks like we can make that, short of the problem that Mr. Maurer may be out of town.
If I might, Mr. Chairman, I just want to make sure, and to Supervisor Clapp's point, he doesn't want to waste anybody's time. If we're just having a special meeting to debate whether we have 6 plants in a padlock structure or 6 plants in a chain link fence structure, I don't think that's worth it. But if this board is willing to have a broader conversation about cannabis and what we can and can't do, I think it'd be very much worth our time. But I think we don't want to waste the public's or our time, as Supervisor Clapp pointed out.
Mr. Mauer. Boy.
Since you're running.
So how fast do you run 100 yards then?
Not as fast as I used to. Heard my name taken. The final edits to the EIR were given to the consultants. Excuse me, catch my breath.
You can catch your breath.
Catch your breath.
The official start of the public comment period will be next Monday. We have to file the notice of availability, but it is done. I hope to have copies to you this week, hopefully by tomorrow or Thursday. A question for you, would you prefer it electronically or in hard copy?
Electronically for me.
Electronically for everyone? Okay, good. It saves us cost of printing. Okay. So as soon as that's available, I will send you a copy. We will be posting it on our website, and there you have it.
Thank you, Mr. Morrow. Thank you for coming back.
Sure.
You're not going to be available, you're on vacation the week of the 31st, is that correct?
I will be gone the last few days of May and the first few days of June that week, yes.
I better see if I'm going to be here.
Okay. Was there something happening that I should be here for that?
We were talking about a study session
Oh.
on the ordinance.
That's right.
If you have plans, don't.
There's a night meeting currently scheduled.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I'm available. All right, I would concur with that. You'll have someone from planning if we decide to go ahead with this, right?
Yes, I think that, we make sure there's some here to provide input into that. Yeah, County Council's office has been very involved in the preparation of that, we've worked together along with environmental management staff as well.
Peter, I'm doing the board on the 31st, so if normally you wouldn't send me that document, but send it to me too.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, excellent. Anything, excuse me. Anything else to report out, Supervisor Tortorella? Okay. Supervisor Clapp, any reporting out issues?
Yeah. I've been up here for nearly 40 years. I remember when I first moved here, we had a neighbor on a half-acre lot that had 3 hogs, and that took up months of the board's time. And it actually went and was litigated, and I went from goats to sheep to horses to 4 years ago or 5 years ago. I don't know if Gary was on the board when we had Rooster Man coming over here. You were on the board then? And I'm just amazed that this continues on and on for 40 years, and we've never done anything about it. And the amount of time that all the previous boards have put in on this, that something that could be really simple done. And I would like to go ahead and get that started. I'd like to get something done on it. Yeah, I don't think it'd be that complicated, take that much time. And I have a friend that's a retired professor from the University of San Francisco that was an environmental health teacher, and he's already did a structure for it real quick, and I dropped that off at the environmental health. And I'd like to get that started, and we can change Title VI where we won't have these people come in front of us because their neighbor in La Catena has a rooster. And so I think it's something that's way overdue, and I'd like to see the board. I'd like to get permission of the board. We can start doing something like that. I'd like to pull the board.
Could you clarify what you're proposing?
I'm proposing to update something that's probably like 50, 60 years old.
What's something? I'm sorry.
Something would be for instance, we had an individual one time that had 100 or some roosters next to him, and we spent months in this. I mean, we actually started calling them the Rooster Man. We were on the front page of several newspapers and stuff. I mean, it was a joke. A half-acre lot with 4 or 5 hogs on it, in RR zoning, or 2 dozen goats or something in an R zone. A couple 100 chickens, on it. So there's been huge problems that went for a long time. I'm not talking about ag. I'm not talking but I'm even talking about some rural residentials, like in Rancho. You have rural residential that are half-acre lots, and and we need to do something because we have horses going and stuff on where you got heavy traffic and stuff. And there's a lot of things that need to be addressed, and it's not that we need to do it. I mean, we can't just keep on letting this go on, and then the people come up here and go, hey, my neighbor has 200 roosters. What are you guys going to do about it? And it's not just once or twice. It's been going on for 40 years. And I think if you live in a residential area, not a rural residential, I think if you move into a golf course or something, you're moving there to not be a farmer. And so if you have a quarter-acre lot, you shouldn't have 2 or 3 horses on it.
I'd be open to that, but I'd also be cautious because obviously we've got kids that have 4-H, FFA. People are into having a couple chickens in their backyard now. So I'm open to the conversation, but you should be cautious.
CAO Lutz, can you put that on your list of things to do?
Yes, I will, and I know that this has taken, I'm sure, Mr. Sirius would weigh in that this has, some of these issues have taken quite a bit of council's time too at trying to work through with some of the practices that are allowed in traditional residential ordinance or residential zoned areas that are within the ordinance. So I do think we need to look at the ordinance and come back with maybe a set of recommendations, go out to the communities. I think, as Supervisor Garamendi points out, with changes in how people want to have, a few chickens in their backyard, etc., this is going to become an increasingly bigger issue, I fear, if we don't do something, and we'll probably need to do some community meetings to garner input from impacted residents.
Thank you. Supervisor Mills.
Okay, Wednesday, April 12th, staff attended the Calaveras County Water District meeting on the final formation of the Groundwater Sustainability Authority, JPA. I attended the San Joaquin Groundwater Sustainability JPA, as the county is to have an oversight role in the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. CCWD is going to take the lead role in the county, and Valley Springs Public Utility will have to join at some point. They haven't done it yet, but we need to have our formation done by June 30th under state guidelines. I met with interim director of the Council of Governments to review county projects and funding, focusing on delivery of projects of the county and the reporting structure, and that evening interview on public television Inside View. April 13th, Thursday, attended Murphy Sanitary District meeting, discussion on how to resolve spills and possible joint discussion with CCWD on solutions for the longer term. I'm sure Supervisor Olivero will be interested in that. Attended Planning Commission meeting after lunch, attended grand opening of Chamber of Commerce at the Resource Center here in San Andreas, and attended Copperopolis Fire Department meeting that night. Friday, April 14th, met with the CEO and staff to review some challenges and meeting goals. Thank you for your time, CEO Lutz. April 15th, Saturday, attended Community Services District Number 2 road meeting, looking at some grant sources and funding opportunities for repairing storm damage. Attended Spring Fest at Coppertown Square. Monday, April 17th, met with former CAO, retired from another county, on how now living in Calaveras over a broad range of topics, and met with the CEO over my take on short-term goals. Attended the Solid Waste Task Force meeting Tuesday. Staff attended CCWD Finance meeting in the morning. Wednesday, Calaveras, Amador, Macomb River Association meeting, where the board took action to oppose AB 975 Wild and Scenic Rivers, which supports the position of CCWD, mountain counties, and other water agencies. April 20th, Thursday, attended final session of new supervisors training hosted by CSAC in Sacramento, with most of the newly elected county supervisors in California. Staff attended the Treasury Oversight Committee meeting for me, where it was noted no new supplemental taxes have been worked in the last 7 months. I just want to let that sink in. Leslie's checking with other counties experiencing tree mortality as it relates to property valuation. Attended Calaveras Foothills Fire Safe Council to see the results of the GIS work and maps that have been worked on over the past 2 years under grant by Central Fire, and I have a copy right here. And what it has a little square down here, and if you're a remote or an agency that doesn't work in Calaveras County and you report to a fire, you can get on your cell phone, and if you got G4 connection, you hit that, and the minute that you do, they will identify you by GIS as to where you would be on this map. So they have in real time on the IC command system, a knowledge of who's where, and we'll be zoomed in because we're going to do another overflight in June so that they can have pinpoint accuracy. And thank you. And Supervisor Garamendi's district is Central Fire that has done a lot of this preliminary work, and I would like to see the other fire agencies get on board. And this is with the assistance of CAL FIRE. They're also working on this as well. So thank you to, especially to Patty Raggio for her work in putting this together. Then look for, I had the staff attended the Chamber of Commerce mixer and the ribbon cutting at Mind Matters in Murphy's. I think you were there, Supervisor Oliver.
I was.
And Friday, April 21st, met with Community Services District 4 for storm damage options and members of the Emergency Animal Recovery to look at OES coordination and incidents. I met with Melissa at the Council of Governments to look at options for our Independent Road District CSD 2 for assistance in repairing storm damage. I met with CCWD and Brian Moss to report out the progress of the San Joaquin Groundwater JPA with emphasis on the county's work to complete their portion of it. Saturday, April 22nd, attended the fly-in at Calaveras County Airport and also attended Angels Camp Business Association's Taste of Calaveras at Count's Winery in Murphy's. I think I'm out and about in my district. So people think I'm not doing stuff. I would also ask at some point that possibly this discussion was brought up by Mark White this morning in public comment, that we can bring this back on the agenda to discuss what he was talking about our representation ratio in California and whether or not the board would be entertain that at some point in the future. It doesn't have to be right now, but
I would go for that.
You would?
Yes.
Just to have that discussion, and if we want to move forward with it, at least to see where everybody is.
Thank you, Supervisor.
That's all I have.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you. I'd like to echo Supervisor Mills' statement about Central Fire and the great work done by Patty Raggio and Chief Stone. And now with the additional imagery that will be provided by the county, I think it's a great opportunity for all of our fire districts to get on board, and hopefully we could support the fire safe councils in their efforts to fund these projects. I've had a tremendous amount of meetings with constituents over the last week, since last Tuesday. Whether they're for a ban or against a ban, they're all very concerned about how we fund public safety, and District 2 in particular. And so I'm very happy to hear that, and maybe I should confirm that people are open to something other than the scorched earth ban that currently is moving forward, as directed by the county, which is to the maximum extent of the law. And I want to make sure that that's what we're going to spend the 31st doing, is having that conversation, not just about how we could make things work and how we could fund any way, any direction that we go. So is that the page that this board's on?
I'm on that page. I think it's just a matter of wanting to look at this ordinance, maybe even possibly line by line, and saying, is this line something we can live with, or do we want to have a restatement of that line to better clarify so that there's no misunderstandings or false conclusions about the ultimate objective we're trying to reach?
So, I'm sorry.
I'm going to get back.
Can you unpack that just a little bit, Supervisor? I'm sorry.
Take that out of the suitcase, break it open. Because I'm sure that as everybody looks at this, there's going to be a certain section and a paragraph that they feel that isn't clear enough, or that needs more clarity, or that there's some piece of it that they're not comfortable with. And we need to actually look at what those are, because at some point, those are the areas that we're going to see our greatest amount of pushback because of misunderstandings, misconceptions, or what is it our ultimate goal is. So if we haven't settled on what our ultimate goal is, then the ordinance in itself and the work that's been done in the ordinance really isn't clear at this point. It's just a summation of what staff thinks it ought to be. Is that true? That's the question.
Our staff, we directed staff to create a ban to the maximum extent of the law.
To the minimum, to only comply with the minimum required by the law.
That's correct. So is this board willing to change that position?
I'm not.
I haven't stated that I've been willing to change it.
Okay, we could.
The only thing I was requesting is a study session there's no action taken.
No.
That the public could come forward and give their views on the ordinance and give what they feel needs to be inducted into it, the public input portion of it. That's what's up for right now in the next 45 days for this and for the ordinance before it goes to the planning commission. So I'm interested in hearing what the public has to say. That in a study session arena, which you cannot take an action on. You can only take in information. That's what I'm interested in. That's what I was proposing. And then we could at some point, when it comes to us, have those notes from the study session and have the planning commission's recommendations, and we can discuss that when it comes to us at the board level.
I think ideally, I would like to ask the public, if they're going to provide input, let's not go running over ground that has been run over now for the last 2 years. Give us new and compelling arguments. Give us things that we haven't looked at. Give us ways that we haven't looked at it before. Give us new information and allow us a full and complete discussion on this rather than always going back over the same issues over and over again, knowing that we're not going to really see much of a difference in the result. And I'll rest my case.
All right. Gentlemen, I think it's a good idea as long as we stick to the purpose and our goals. And that is to, number one, hear from the public.
Correct.
I understand the concerns that Supervisor Garamendi has, and Supervisor Mills, and Supervisor Clapp, Supervisor Tofinelli, but once again, let's hear from the public, and let's hear reasonable, constructive ideas. Being aware of both sides of that argument, if you will, because there's always three sides to an argument. The bottom line is it's a fact-finding study session for the board, because ultimately we're going to be making that decision. And my position as my fellow supervisor is to get all the information I possibly can on both sides of that fence before I even commit to making a decision. Is there anything else on that issue that we need to speak about?
I just don't want to waste people's time.
I understand. And as chairman, I will try to keep things on track, and hopefully we can be constructive and get some things done. With that, changing horses here, if you will, I can tell you what I did. Basically, I did, after our last board meeting on last Tuesday, I attended a Tri-Dam meeting with staff and Supervisor Mills, gained some information on that and where we're going on that. That's going to be a pretty involved situation. On the 19th, I attended a Forest Meadows homeowners board meeting luncheon and was able to, once again, spend some time with the folks up in Forest Meadows, find out their concerns. I plan on doing that quarterly with Forest Meadows at their request. We found it very constructive, exchange of ideas, and chance to sit down with a supervisor so they can throw things at you. No, just kidding. They didn't throw nothing at me. They did a good job. I also attended and made a presentation at the Arnold Lions meeting that day, dinner meeting, and once again was received very well by all the folks in the Lions Club and up in the Blue Lake Springs area and Arnold. I attended the Calaveras Chamber Mixer at the Mine Matters in Murphy's for their celebration. I believe they've been in business there for close to 10 years and doing a fantastic job. Very honored to be part of that operation and a celebration. So one of the few organizations that really shows that it works very well in Calaveras County. On Friday the 21st, I attended a 2-hour meeting with Supervisor Garamendi, with Assemblyman Frank Bigelow and 2 supervisors from Amador County, talking on a variety of issues, one being wild and scenic, another being, of course, what we're faced with as jointly as both Amador and Calaveras County are looking at things, and with representation from Assemblyman Bigelow. And as always, Frank is just one heck of a guy. He's the kind of guy who'll sit down and talk turkey with you, if you will, and tell it the way it is. I was very honored to be at that meeting. Very honored relationship that we have with both Assemblyman Bigelow, Assemblyman Berryhill, and also Congressman Tom McClintock. Those things are very, very important when you have a situation happening in our county, that we have the ear of our national representatives and our state representatives. and those folks have always picked up the phone and always answered the call. I was going to attend the fly-in day, but unfortunately we got a new dog, a new rescue dog, so I had to acclimate the dog to me and my wife, and I think I lost. But anyway, she's a great dog, Nikki. Other than that, we have some dates on calendar. We've got some things planned for the board. We got to solidify some dates. We're moving forward on things. I understand we'll be looking at interviews for our building official here coming up very shortly. We've got some other issues that are coming up, but I'm very excited about the fact that we can sit down and talk about the marijuana issues that we're facing and getting input from the public. Very important. I am also scheduling as part of my education. I scheduled this afternoon after hearing Lieutenant Hewitt. I will be taking a helicopter ride and taking a look at those grows that are in my district and in the other districts. Once again, it's my goal to get every bit of information I can and seeing things from a neutral eye before I make that decision. Although I will maintain my position originally that you got to convince me. I'm not from Ohio, but you got to show me where it's going to work. And the only thing I'm really, really concerned about is which way we go is how we're going to finance the protection of this county and the public safety. And that means everybody in this county. Every 44,000 people in this county, plus our transient occupant people that come in as far as their vacations and things of that sort. So, having said that, that's my conclusion. Any staff comments? Madam Clerk?
I do. I'd like to announce the Government Center Frog Jump is going to be held on Tuesday, May 9th. The board will have it on their agenda and will recess from 11:30 to 1:30 for the Frog Jump activities. The information has gone out to departments to get some frog jockeys going, and usually the custom is that anybody who's new jumps a frog. So I'm anticipating that we will have at least 5 people on this dais who will be jumping frogs that day. It's a $10 registration fee, and you can decide if you would like your registration fee to go to the Humane Society or to Friends of Calaveras Animal Services. If you need a form, please let me know and I will provide you with one. But it's a great day, and last year we had a record number of 57 entries, so we'd like to top that this year if possible.
Thank you, Madam.
And the kissing frog is optional?
Not in your case.
Madam Clerk, is it? Madam Clerk, is it bring your own frog, if you will choose?
You can actually bring your own frog, or you will be provided with a frog that day. So it's a great event, lots of employee interaction, lots of employees bring their kids and their family members, and there's lunch provided.
Okay. County Council?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
CEO Lutz?
No.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. It's been a kind of a long day. Thank you for coming. And we'll see you folks next meeting. Oh, I'm sorry, public comment. Wait a minute. Sorry. We're back in session. We have to continue public comments, folks.
I'm sure I'm the last one.
I'm sorry. Thank
That's
you
okay.
very much for your patience.
Thank you for your patience. May I begin? Good afternoon, County Council and staff. My name is Jackie McGowan, and I'm a consultant in the cannabis industry. I am not from Calaveras, as most of you know. I'm here because I assisted some businesses with their registrations, and I am now emotionally invested in seeing some of them make it. Not all of them, though. Some of the ones I assisted deserve to be shut down. They were only interested in exploiting your county, raping your land, and making as much money as they possibly could here. If you move forward with your ban ordinance, as it is written currently, it is operators just like these that are hoping that you implement a ban. Because if you do, they can continue to operate with the limited immunity protections under Prop 215. Let us not forget that Proposition 64 reduced this crime to a misdemeanor. It's also extremely important to remember that the provision in SB 420 affording legal protection to patient collectives and cooperatives will not sunset until 1 year after the Bureau posts a notice on its website that licenses have commenced being issued. After that date, all cannabis collectives will have to be licensed. You can try and ban collectives all you want. You will not be able to challenge Prop 215 until the collective model sunsets. The earliest that can occur is January 1st of 2019. Due to my profession, I track local regulations closer than almost anyone in the state, and I actually specialize in bans. I decided to really dig into the actual steps that were being taken in implementing some of these restrictive ordinances. So last night I looked at Placer County, Siskiyou County, and Butte County in detail. But the most interesting that I'd like to speak of right here, right now, is what's happening in the state's largest county, that's LA. So Los Angeles County on April 17th this year just introduced something called the Enforcement of County Ban Against Medical Marijuana Dispensaries. This was submitted by the Sheriff's Department, the District Attorney's Office, and County Council. And they called this their game plan. In anticipation of this plan, the county supervisors have been discussing just how to pay for this. The Board of Supervisors has located $25 million to fund this game plan and will be voting on that allocation in the coming weeks. I have several other examples that I could share with you, however, my 3-minute limit restricts me from doing so, but I can tell you this. All of these counties followed the exact same strategy. Step 1, they detailed a game plan. Step 2, they located funding. Step 3, they implemented enforcement. Any intelligent person should be able to deduce that a ban without a plan is doomed to fail. Mr. Oliveira, I was here the night that you were the sole dissenting vote against the urgency ordinance. Your lone reason for voting it down was because you wanted to guarantee that the Sheriff's Office would have funding within 2 weeks. You were protecting your brothers in law enforcement, and I don't blame you. They need you to protect them now, and you're not. You are an arm's length away from a funding source for enforcement. Measure C passed by 2/3 of the majority here. You have an opportunity to both give your constituents what they want and the sheriff what he needs. This is no longer a marijuana issue. This is a public safety issue. The only way out is through sensible regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public speakers for public comment? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming, folks. Oops, we have one more. This,
no, I didn't do public comments. Not this morning.
No, she didn't.
No, I didn't.
Go ahead.
No, I did it during an agenda item.
Agenda on the helicopter.
Right. I have a question. Is there a frog size requirement for the frog jump?
I didn't understand that. What was it?
At the fair, it has to be 3 inches, so I just wonder.
It's an event that is brought here from the fairgrounds, so whether they have those kinds of restrictions, I don't know.
Okay, well, you might not want to bring a tree frog. Okay, having said that, I read through the proposed ban ordinance, and there are a few things that caught my attention, and number one is it did not eliminate cannabis dispensaries. So I would have liked to have seen those eliminated, but if they're going to be left in the ban ordinance, then we need to address those in relationship to 17.91, specifically K on 17.91. And K, that needs to be mandatory, not an option. In other words, dispensaries shouldn't be allowed to grow just anywhere they want in the county and as much as they want. They shouldn't be allowed to grow anywhere other than at their facility. Okay, the other thing I noticed is that we need to give law enforcement and code compliance the authority to enforce the ordinances without a warrant. That's not addressed in here. Also, I don't see anything that really addresses odors. So we need to have something in here that addresses odors, saying that it can't impact the neighbors. That's been a real problem with many, many people. Another issue I didn't see in here is water transportation. And my neighborhood's a good example. We have a lot of large water trucks hauling in water. I would ask that that be included in this ordinance as a nuisance. And I found the ordinance is somewhat vague and ambiguous, and I would like to know if it's possible to have this reviewed, once you have all the input, to have it reviewed by an outside counsel that specializes in land use. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other member would like to speak on public speaking? With that, meeting's over, and thank you for coming. Keep working it.